Chapter 383. Soon, Fan Yuan calmed down. The second aperture goo was only a hope. To realize it, it required planning and hard work. Refining second aperture goo, regardless of success or failure, will consume most of the immortal essence. Without celestial core power, I won't be able to defend against the upcoming earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. In other words, even if I become the blessed land's master, this blessed land can no longer be saved. I have to give it up. So, the second aperture goo is my greatest gain from this trip. However, the entire matter was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, Fan Yuan was facing a very complicated situation. When refining second aperture goo, the remaining immortal essence would rapidly decrease, the blessed land would weaken greatly, and the land spirit's help would also decrease. At the same time, he had to consider the goo masters in the blessed land. If they found this hall, they would attack together like in his previous life and destroy the goo refinement operation. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and after thinking for a while, he took the initiative to request. Land Spirit, tell me the second aperture goo's refinement recipe. The Earth Spirit, Ba Gui, nodded slowly and said in a deep voice. Then listen carefully. The following is the complete content of the secret recipe. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron. Jade bones into petals, ice muscles into stems, and the heart of the flower was a golden relic. The dazzling sparks converged into a plain of ice and snow. Below it was the yang cloud that raised the fire like a pill. Above it was the yin cloud that dropped the sand like gold. In the middle of the sky, the shadows of beasts were added until lightning and thunder struck. The power of the beasts was born in the placenta, and it could gather people's acupoints. Wild grass was flourishing, and blood chi was like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. His divine armament was limitless, and he roamed the wilderness. The third watch, the third watch, the third watch, the ninth watch. 9 was the extreme. Mission accomplished. The secret recipe was rich in content and had close to 10,000 words. The more Fan Yuan listened, the more solemn his expression became. Refining this second aperture goo required over 1,000 steps. The early stage involved over 100 kinds of materials. The middle stage used large amounts of rank 4 and rank 5 goo worms. It was even more difficult. He actually needed to use another rank 6 immortal goo. Not good. The difficulty of refining second aperture goo is too high. It's much higher than I estimated. The information from my previous life only talked about the first half of the secret recipe, and it was mixed with a lot of misunderstandings from the people involved. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He originally had 50% confidence. After listening to the secret recipe, only about 30% remained. You don't have to worry too much. In this hall, there are already large amounts of materials and goo worms specially prepared for refining the second aperture goo. As the land spirit spoke, the entire hall was suffused with a dark green light. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the engravings on the surface of the hall protruded out of the bricks and materialized. This surprised Fan Yuan. This is clearly a storage method. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Sigh. Many of the ancient methods have been destroyed in the river of light and yin. There were all kinds of materials, dazzling him. There were at least 5,000 goo worms, ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were more than 600 rank 4 goo and more than 80 rank 5 goo. Rank 5 goo worms were extremely rare in the outside world, but in this hall, there were nearly 100 of them. And the expensive rank 4 goo worms in the market seemed to have become commonplace goods in this place. So much quality! There are also many goo that I have never seen before. If I get these strength path goo worms, my battle strength will definitely rise by 10 times. There are also more than 10 yellow gold relic goo and 8 purple crystal relic goo. If I use them, my cultivation will reach rank 5 peak stage in an instant. Fan Yuan looked at these rank 4 and 5 goo worms and wanted to give up on refining the second aperture goo and directly swallow these goo worms. But this impulse was quickly dispelled by him. With the land spirit guarding him, These goo could only be used to refine the second aperture goo, he could not use them for himself. Moreover, if the second aperture goo was refined successfully, it would be of great help to him in the future, and would even be greatly beneficial to Fan Yuan when he reached rank 6. The second aperture goo was a long-term investment. Especially after reaching rank 6, the profits would soar to the skies. There is still an extremely crucial goo worm, Ba Gui said as he opened his eyes and mobilized the hall with all his strength. The green light in the hall rose to an oppressive level. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron also started to be consumed bit by bit. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes and saw that there was an immortal goo trapped in this green light. It was like a round precious jade. The entire body of the jade was orange-yellow, and there was a lump of purple smoke in the middle of the treasure cloud. This smoke was constantly changing. Sometimes it turned into a flying horse, sometimes it turned into an immortal crane, sometimes it turned into a flying nimbus cloud, and sometimes it turned into a white thunderbolt. Along with its appearance, a strong aroma of wine filled the entire hall. Fan Yuan took a few breaths and felt a wave of intoxication. His eyes were hazy and his head was dizzy. He quickly held his breath. This is the rank 6 immortal goo divine travel, the land spirit introduced. Divine travel goo. Fan Yuan stared with wide eyes. His gaze did not move as he stared at this goo. Divine travel goo was very mysterious and also very legendary. It was first seen in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of the goo path. It sounded like a story at first reading, but it actually had a deep meaning. It recorded ancient secrets, and contained all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described, like wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. But some goo were subtly pointed out. The description was very vague. It required the reader to dig deeper and research. In the Legends of Renzu, divine travel goo first appeared beside Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun drank the 4 types of top-quality wine in the world. The alcohol in his stomach condensed into divine travel goo. Divine travel goo could bring a person to roam the world. There was no place they could not go. Verdant Great Sun suffered a lot from divine travel goo. He was brought to many dangerous situations by divine travel goo and narrowly escaped death several times. Although divine travel goo is one of the 4 great movement goo, it is very effective, but its flaw is too big. Who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo in the end. No wonder the original owner of this blessed land wanted to turn this goo into second aperture goo. This fixed immortal travel goo was also one of the 4 great movement immortal goo. It could bring a person to the place they wanted to go, no matter where they were. It could bring people to the place they wanted to go, regardless of the ends of the earth. But the premise was, one must have a concrete impression of this place in one's mind. If there was a huge change in this location, he would use fixed immortal travel goo. They would also fail. Fan Yuan thought about it and understood this strength path goo immortal of the olden antiquity era. Divine travel goo, although it was a rank 6 goo, every time it was used, there was a huge risk. Although it was rank 6, its practical value was very low. Thus, Verdant Great Sun turned it into fixed immortal travel goo. And this ancient strength path goo master wanted to use it to refine the second aperture goo. Land Spirit Tyrant Tortoise General Divine Travel goo. When do you plan to start the refinement process? There's no hurry. Let me study this secret recipe first. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Man is the most intelligent of all creatures. Goo was the essence of heaven and earth. After a goo master's cultivation reaches a high level. That is, when a goo master uses a goo, it is not purely treating the goo worm as a tool. Instead, it was a way to understand the world. Goo worms are the carriers of the laws of the great Tao. Goo refinement was not just a random guess. It was based on the understanding of the laws. A recipe was not only about goo refinement, but also the researcher's understanding of heaven and earth. Fan Yuan could learn from this recipe. He could learn a lot of the exploration and understanding of this blessed land's original owner, the ancient strength path goo master. Comparing it with himself, deepening his understanding of the great Tao. It was definitely a great benefit. Gu masters are born with only one aperture. To have a second aperture, this is truly going against heaven. No wonder divine travel Gu is needed. After a long while, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, having a deep understanding of the entire Gu refinement process. Land Spirit, start the Gu refinement, he said. Okay. Land Spirit immediately agreed, and brought 2 materials and a Gu worm to Fan Yuan. The first material was green marsh rotten soil, collected from 1,000 feet underground in a poisonous swamp. It was extremely poisonous. Even if Fan Yuan touched it, within a few breaths, his entire arm would be rotted by the poison. The second material was a handful of blood-red powder. It had a huge origin. It was the blood of 8 types of immemorial desolate beasts, mixed together, solidified and ground into powder. But that Gu worm was common. Fan Yuan had come into contact with it at Qingmao Mountain. It was the Earth Treasury Flower Gu. Earth Treasury Flower was a storage Gu. The flower wine monk planted it in a cave, storing several Gu worms, which were eventually obtained by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, with the land spirit's help, mixed the green marsh rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder together. After mixing into a uniform soil, he tried to plant the Earth Treasury Flower Gu. Once the Earth Treasury Flower Gu entered it, it would wither and die. Whether it was the poison in the green marsh rotten soil, or the ferocious blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder, it was hard for the Earth Treasury Flower to endure. However, Fan Yuan had already expected this situation, and was not discouraged. The land spirit took out another Earth Treasury Flower Gu, and he planted it. That strength path Gu immortal from the olden antiquity era had already predicted the possibility of failure in every step, thus he had ample backup. After several failures, Fan Yuan finally succeeded in planting the Earth Treasury Flower Gu. The poison in the green marsh rotten soil and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a subtle balance, thus causing the Earth Treasury Flower Gu to mutate. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder and Earth Treasury Flower. Next was jade bone into petals, ice muscles into stems, golden relic and flower heart. This required the use of jade bone Gu, ice muscles Gu and yellow gold relic Gu. It required the Gu master's proficient Gu refinement skills. The third step, dazzling starfire, gather ice and snow to form plains, was easily misunderstood as starfire Gu and snowfield Gu. If so, it would result in insufficient firepower. Actually, these 2 phrases had to be understood together. The true answer was to use starfire prairie Gu and gather together with snowfield Gu. Only then could balance be achieved. Fan Yuan followed the prescribed order and implemented them one by one. At the 4th step below is yang cloud raising fire like a pill, above is yin cloud falling sand like gold. This was a test of his multitasking ability. Fan Yuan first used yang cloud Gu, then used pill fire Gu. Next, he used yin cloud Gu, then used golden sand Gu. Yin and yang clouds, one above and one below, mixed with the smoke from the previous steps. Orange-yellow spheres of Dan fire rose from the yang clouds one by one. Golden sand fell from the yin cloud like a hazy drizzle. Yin above and yang below, reverse balance. This is the crucial point. Go, White Elephant Phantom. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he activated all-out effort Gu. A white elephant phantom appeared above his head. The white elephant phantom crashed into the yin and yang clouds. The yin and yang clouds suffered the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, the white elephant phantom turned into a ball of white light, spinning in the air. Again, Black Python Phantom. Fan Yuan pointed, sacrificing another beast phantom. The black python entered and quickly turned into a black light, coiling around the white light as the 2 continued to tangle. Stone Tortoise Phantom, Steed Phantom. 2 beast phantoms flew out from Fan Yuan's body. The 4 beast phantoms tangled with each other, forming a colorful whirlpool, but it was still a step away from success. Strange! Why haven't they fused yet? Fan Yuan felt strange. He had encountered his first obstacle. The colorful whirlpool became smaller and smaller under the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. The various auras could not fuse. Seeing that he was about to fail, Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me! He started to control the 4 beast phantoms. White elephant phantom, simple and honest. Black python phantom, cold in entanglement. Stone tortoise phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed phantom, galloping like flying. These 4 beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Fan Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble! A thunderous explosion occurred, and a change occurred. The yin and yang clouds moved, the yin cloud sank and the yang cloud rose, the two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path, Gu Master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The Gu Master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack, crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally, they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam, bam, bam. Amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one, and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one Gu was left in the air. This Gu was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc Zhong inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body and snake tail. This is the beast strength placenta Gu. Fan Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this Gu, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this Gu refinement. During this period, he did not sleep or rest, multitasking. His mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fan Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast strength placenta Gu, recalling the recipe. Below it is the yang cloud that raises fire like a pill, above it is the yin cloud that drops sand like gold, adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes and the beast strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gui, it is time. Ba Gui was straightforward. All right, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fan Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images, showing the blessed land scenery. Gu masters, hairy men, dogs and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fan Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fan Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. It's you. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fan Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something. But Fan Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Slap! Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. Chapter 384. After killing Tai Mu Bai, Fan Yuan immediately went to his headless corpse and grabbed his arm, sending his consciousness into his aperture. The aperture's walls were transparent like crystals. The vast primeval essence sea was surging with waves. Rank 5 Gu Masters possessed purple crystal primeval essence. Primary stage was light purple true essence, middle stage was bright purple true essence, high stage was deep purple true essence, and peak stage was crystal purple true essence. Tai Mu Bai was a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. His primeval essence was sparkling and translucent, as if a crystal had melted into liquid. Within its deep beauty was incomparable strength. The gap between rank 5 peak stage and rank 4 upper stage was huge. Such a huge quintessential essence C was at least 98%. Even 100 Fan Yuans couldn't compare to it. In the purple crystal primeval sea, there were still Gu worms flying around. A small golden hand danced in the air above the sea like a streak of golden light. This was Tai Mu Bai's vital Gu, the rank 5 Gu worm he had used when fighting Ku Mo and Wu Gui on Sancha Mountain, Touch Gold Gu. The gold Gu was extremely powerful. Any living being that was hit by it would turn into pure gold and lose their life. Even Kumo and Wu-Gui didn't dare to face them head-on. Even rank 4 peak stage experts like Yihua and Kong Ri-Tian did not dare to continue watching, they took the initiative to retreat. This was Tai Mu Bai's strongest long-range attack. If Fan Yuan were to fight from afar, the beast phantoms that relied on his strength would turn into golden statues the moment they were hit by the golden light. Fan Yuan could no longer retrieve it. Besides the click gold goo, there was also a golden undercurrent flowing at the bottom of the purple crystal sea. This undercurrent was like water melted by gold, flowing freely at the bottom of the sea. This was the golden soup goo, similarly a rank 5 goo. Once activated, its defense was extremely strong and could resolve the goo master's worries. What was even better was, it was liquid and could change its shape at will. Even if they were scattered, they could gather again like water, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If Tai Mu Bai activated gold soup goo, even if Fan Yuan used his full strength, he would not be able to break this defense. In the amethyst sea, there was another eyeball. It looked small and inconspicuous, but from time to time, it would release a dazzling golden light. It was even more dazzling than the stars. This was Vajra's furious gaze goo. It was also rank 5, but it was not used for scouting, it was an offensive goo. After the goo master activates it, the formless gaze would have the ability to attack, like a giant pestle striking one's heart. Once their eyes met, he could directly attack his opponent's soul. This goo was hidden by Tai Mu Bai. Even when he fought Kumo and Wu-Gui, he did not use it. Once it was used, it would be a direct contest of souls between the two goo masters. Victory and defeat would be decided immediately. It was a trump card. Tai Mu Bai had used many goo worms to strengthen his soul foundation. As for Fan Yuan, he walked with strength. It didn't benefit his soul at all. If Tai Mu Bai used the Vajra Furious Gaze goo, he only needed to exchange a glance with Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan's soul would probably scatter. To use this Vajra Glare goo, he also had to work with the golden eyes. Using an ordinary eye would cause one to go blind if one were to recklessly use it. He could only use the 2 golden eye goo to remove his eyes. Only by transforming it into golden eyes could he safely use the Vajra Furious Gaze goo. Obviously, since Tai Mu Bai had the Vajra Furious Gaze goo, his eyes were naturally golden eyes. Just like how Fan Yuan had transformed his skin into brown skin, and his bones into essence iron bones. Other than these 3 rank 5 goo, Tai Mu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 goo worms. Golden Dragon goo, Golden Wind Refreshing goo, Golden Coat goo, Golden Aurora goo, all of them were extraordinary, and were the best of the Metal Path goo worms. These goo worms were all taken out by Fan Yuan. After confirming there were no other goo worms on Tai Mu Bai's body, Fan Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta goo, and activated it on Tai Mu Bai's abdomen. Tai Mu Bai had lost his life, and his aperture was slowly shrinking. Now that the Beast Strength Placenta goo sucked, the aperture was pulled out of Tai Mu Bai's body, falling into the placenta, and was devoured by the fierce beast at the center. After devouring the aperture, the coarse Beast Strength Placenta goo suddenly became shiny and glossy. Originally, it was like an embryo made from yellow mud, with large pores on the surface. But now, it had also changed, becoming dense and thick, like a brick. This Beast Strength Placenta goo was an idea of the Blessed Land's original owner, and was used like this. Continuously absorbing a goo master's aperture, and slowly accumulating it, a qualitative change would occur. To refine the second aperture goo, the aperture was naturally the main material. The Beast Strength Placenta goo refined was used to devour other people's apertures. Slaughtering all living beings to help oneself, this action was already on the demonic path. It could be imagined that the ancient Strength Path goo immortals were not good people. If others used this Beast Strength Placenta goo, they might feel a mental burden. But when Fan Yuan used it, he had a clear conscience, without any uneasiness. In his previous life, to refine the spring-autumn cicada, he had slaughtered thousands of li. Blood flowed like a river, and caused endless bloodshed. Who knew how many people he had killed? So what if he killed a few goo masters now? Good. This Beast Strength Placenta goo, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, has already raised the second aperture Gu's aptitude to 40%. Not bad, not bad. This is the accumulation of quantity. In exchange for a breakthrough in quality, it contains the truth of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. To transcend mortality and become an immortal Gu, how can there be no price? Back then, when I refined the spring-autumn cicada and slaughtered millions, it was also because of this. The better the number of apertures I devour, the better the aptitude of the second aperture Gu will be. Next, I still need to kill Gu masters, go on a killing spree, and use their apertures to raise my beast strength placenta Gu. Ha ha ha! Fan Yuan carefully inspected the beast strength placenta Gu, and was overjoyed, raising his head and laughing loudly. Why did he slaughter the Tai clan group? It was to infuriate Tai clan, and attract a rank 5 Gu master. The arrival of a rank 5 Gu master would destroy the balance, and cause a chain reaction, attracting even more rank 5 Gu masters. These rank 5 Gu masters, rank 4 Gu masters, they are all my prey! Help me refine the second aperture Gu! Fan Yuan laughed loudly. All the arrangements, years of painstaking planning, all the risks he took, were starting to materialize now. This was so carefree, so comfortable. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and demonic fire surged in his eyes. In terms of true battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was 100 times stronger than Fan Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the click gold Gu. Once Fan Yuan was hit, he would die. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 Gu, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Fan Yuan's mere yellow gold primeval essence could compare to. But, in the Three Kings' inheritance, Gu masters were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to use their Gu worms, and at the same time, their defenses were reduced to nothing, becoming extremely weak. But Fan Yuan was different. He had the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? It was the owner of the blessed land. With its support, Fan Yuan could be considered in the Three Kings' inheritance. He could also use his own Gu worms. And Tai Mu Bai had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and a powerful set of Gu worms, but he could not use them. In front of Fan Yuan, he was a live target, a meat chicken, peeling off all his defenses. He was as weak as a baby. He could not use a single metal path Gu worm, he could not even self-detonate. He had painstakingly accumulated this set of Gu worms for his entire life, but now it was all for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, and kept his Gu worms into his aperture. The rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's pressure could at most suppress rank 4 Gu worms. Originally, Fan Yuan could not suppress these 3 rank 5 Gu. But the environment here was special. The Gu worms were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to move. Under Fan Yuan's primeval essence refinement, they obediently submitted, changing owners. Good. You took out a rank 5 peak stage aperture this way, the second aperture Gu's aptitude has risen to 40%. But take note, in order to transport you, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I used a lot of immortal essence to support you. The land spirit's voice suddenly sounded. It warned Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. I expected this. He sneered, his eyes shining brightly, and his tone was filled with the aura of a strategist. He continued, Ba Gui, you have been asleep for too long, the blessed land has already been modified by the Three Kings, you have lost too much control. Even if you are the spirit of the blessed land and can restore these modifications, you will need to use a large amount of immortal essence, and there is not much immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. If we split the primeval essence at the bottom of the cauldron into 16 portions, then the expenditure earlier would be half of it. Ba Gui was dazed for a moment, before transmitting. You are right, that is indeed the case. You actually calculated the expenditure of immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has made me look at you in a different light. Fan Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he knew the usage of immortal essence like the back of his hand. Making accurate calculations was as easy as flipping his palm. I have estimated, out of the 16 portions of immortal essence, at least 8 should be used to refine the second aperture goo. Out of the remaining 8, 4 will be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. To kill goo masters, at least 3 portions will be needed. If there's less than 1 portion left, I will keep it as a backup to deal with sudden situations. But Ba Gui said, "Young man, you are wrong this time. Refining immortal goo requires at least 10 portions of primeval essence. But to support the 3 kings' inheritance, you only need 2 portions. When you kill enough, I will close the entire blessed land." "No, I am not wrong." Fan Yuan shook his head. "Refining the second aperture goo, although it consumes immortal essence, we can use Yuan stone to replace some of the steps. This way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Moreover, you cannot close the inheritance now, you have to keep the entrance open." "Why?" Land Spirit asked. Fan Yuan answered, "Because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 goo masters will be exposed. At that time, such a change will attract even stronger enemies. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot expel the goo masters left in the inheritance. Because the 3 kings are modifying the blessed land, you will need to expend a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already insufficient, every portion is important, it is a necessity for the goo refinement. At the later stages of the goo refinement, the immortal essence will dwindle, the blessed land will be on the verge of collapsing and full of loopholes. It is useless to close the blessed land, your strength will also weaken, the hall will definitely be discovered. At that time, we will be besieged by goo masters, the goo refinement is likely to fail." After a moment of silence, the land spirit transmitted, "You are right. However, your method also has its drawbacks and flaws. If you use Yuan stone to replace immortal essence, you will need at least 30 million Yuan stone. Do you have so many Yuan stone on you?" Fan Yuan laughed loudly. "I only have 1,000,000 Yuan stone on me, of course it is not enough. But don't worry, there are other goo masters. Especially rank 4 and 5 goo masters, they are definitely rich. After killing them, would we still need to worry about Yuan stone?" Chapter 385. The battle between the hounds was over. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is really strong. Rank 5 Demonic Path Great Goo Master Kuemo looked at the hundreds of steel armor dogs around him, feeling gratified. The iron armor dog's entire body was covered in thick and dark leather armor, as if it was made of iron. They were the dogs with the most outstanding defense in the first 50 rounds of King Quan inheritance. Just a moment ago, the skeleton demon commanded the dogs and won a great victory. His battle results were even more fruitful. He used dog enslavement goo to recruit a blue-eyed dog king as his subordinate. This blue-eyed dog king was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild goo worm that countered the Een dogs. My last failure was because I met a Een dog. Ordinary dogs cannot kill this intangible body, but with the blue-eyed dog king, the Een dogs have nothing to fear. This was only the 18th round of King Quan inheritance, but Kuemo already had a dog king and large numbers of steel armor dogs. He was a rank 5 goo master after all, his actions were extraordinary. At the same time, his luck was really good. King Quan inheritance was like this, it required luck the most among the 3 kings' inheritances. With good luck and deep accumulation, it was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, making it easier to pass the rounds in the middle and later stages. I failed last time and only got to the 68th round. I am too embarrassed to tell others about this result. Today, my luck changed for the better, with such a good start. But I cannot be careless. Tai Mu Bai chose King Xian inheritance this time. I heard he got to the 80th round last time. Thinking of Tai Mu Bai, Kumo's heart became heavy. He knew he was not Tai Mu Bai's match in a one-on-one fight. Thus, when he chose to enter the inheritance, he avoided Tai Mu Bai and chose King Quan inheritance. In fact, among the 3 kings' inheritances, King Xian inheritance's early stages were the easiest. Goo masters could use words to disturb hairy men. This would allow them to win without a fight. As for this trick, it was naturally spread by Fan Yuan. Kuo-mo thought for a while, before calming his emotions and making use of his time to continue. But at this time, space broke in front of him, and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Eh? Who is it? Kuo-mo was shocked. He had challenged the Three Kings' inheritance many times. He had a deep understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. But the scene in front of him had really happened, and he was shocked beyond belief. It was Fan Yuan. When he heard Kumo's shout, he laughed. Who is it? The one who wants your life. With that said, he activated the golden dragon Gu. The golden dragon suddenly appeared. Growl. Its whiskers fluttered in the wind, its eyes were wide open, and its 4 claws were ferocious and terrifying. When Kuo-mo saw this, he was so scared that he almost **t himself. He roared in disbelief. How is this possible? You can actually use goo worms? How is this possible? At the moment of life and death, he shuddered and quickly activated his goo worms. But there was no response. Roar! The golden dragon pounced over and swiped with its claw. Almost his entire upper body was crushed. The dignified Kuo-mo, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation, a veteran great master of the demonic path, had died just like that. When he died, he didn't even have time to use his life-saving token. Of course, under the control of the land spirit, even if he used the badge, it would be useless. The golden dragon Gu's attacks are indeed domineering. But its style is crude and hard to control. Fan Yuan savored it. He had only wanted to crush Kumo's head, but in the end, Kumo's upper body was crushed as well, causing his heart to jump. Thankfully, his aperture was near his belly button and was not damaged. Fan Yuan stepped forward, his consciousness entering his aperture and searching for goo worms. Kuo-mo had 8 goo worms. But there was only one rank 5 goo, called soft bone goo. It was extremely sinister. This goo could soften the bones of all living beings within a range of 50 li. Even if Fan Yuan turned all his bones into essence iron bones, he would be restrained and would turn into mud sooner or later. By then, Fan Yuan would have no way to retaliate. Without the support of his bones, he would be like a pile of mud, lying on the ground. His organs would be squeezed together, his blood vessels and muscles would be in a mess. Without needing anyone to make a move, he would die in no time. As for the other 7 goo, they were all rank 4. These goo were related to Bone Path. There was no lack of high-quality ones. Unfortunately, I do not have a deep understanding of Bone Path. I can at most make a temporary appearance. If I truly inherit this set of goo, the battle strength I can display will not even be half of Kumo's. I should keep it for now. Fan Yuan thought. At Kumo's level, the goo set he created would definitely suit his personality and fighting style. It would represent his understanding of Bone Path, battle, and goo masters. Fan Yuan was most proficient in Blood Path. In his previous life, he had benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance. He relied on Blood Path to establish his career. His understanding of Blood Path was extremely deep. If Kuo-mo was a Blood Path goo master, the situation would be different. After taking all of Kumo's goo worms, Fan Yuan activated Beast Strength Placenta Goo and devoured his aperture. Beast Strength Placenta Goo was nourished and improved again. Its surface was like a brick, but now it had a layer of glossy luster. The surface became smooth like a rough ceramic. The pitiful Kuo-mo was a formidable character. He was a lone cultivator and had to fight alone. He grasped many fortuitous encounters in his life. Adding on his hard work, he went through many difficulties to reach this step. But in the end, he died, and all his hard work was absorbed by Fan Yuan. A great rank 5 goo master fell from his peak, becoming a stepping stone for Fan Yuan. It is a pity dog enslavement goo cannot be recycled, otherwise these dogs could be used by me. Fan Yuan looked at the dog group regretfully, before vanishing. A fierce battle was going on. Wu Gui commanded the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, fighting with a large group of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were extremely united. The more they had, the greater their battle strength. But Wu Gui's luck was not good. He only had 40 or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He sent these dogs to the front line, concentrating on controlling them. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were facing 5 times their number of lightning symbol dogs. They were all injured, but did not die. Mutual protection and exquisite coordination showed Wu Gui's great talent in beast enslavement. Many years ago, Wu Gui was an enslavement path Gu master. Later, he lacked resources. He could only change paths swoosh. Fan Yuan appeared, standing behind Wu Gui. Wu Gui was controlling the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs with all his might, but did not sense Fan Yuan's arrival. If it was in the past, if he could use investigative Gu, the moment Fan Yuan appeared, he would kill him. But in this Gu immortal blessed land, he was immortal, and could only use dog enslavement Gu and other Gu. Even if his body was modified, it was weakened to nothing. Of course, this was also because Wu Gui was concentrating on controlling the dogs to fight. Fan Yuan did not waste any words. He waved his hand, and a bone spear flew out. Puchi! With a soft sound, the bone spear was like a spear. It directly pierced Wu Gui's heart, and the sharp tip of the bone spear stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Suffering such a fatal attack made him extremely shocked and confused. "Who killed me?" he mumbled, as blood flowed out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head, trying to see the killer's face. But in the end, he lost all signs of life halfway. Wu Gui's whole body suddenly collapsed. Like a pile of mud, he hung on the bone spear. This great demonic expert, who was even more experienced than Tai Mu Bai, who had been famous for over 200 years, died just like that. When he died, his eyes were wide open, trying to see the killer who killed him. But this extremely simple wish was not fulfilled. The great Wu Gui died with everlasting regret. His death. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs that lost their master's control were immediately drowned by the lightning symbol dogs. The lightning symbol dogs roared. They pounced towards Fan Yuan. Howl! Fan Yuan waved his hand, and the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering these lightning symbol dogs that did not know life from death. Fan Yuan quickly went to Wu Gui's corpse, and did the same thing. He first took his Gu worms, and then used beast strength placenta Gu to devour his aperture. Wu Gui had a rank 5 Gu in his hands. It was oval, like a black rain flower stone. But there were 7 white lines on the surface, and it had a strange and sinister style. It was the crow's 7 Gu. Once this Gu was activated, it would emit black smoke. Any Gu worm below rank 6 would be contaminated by this black smoke, and would be sealed to varying degrees, and their power would be greatly reduced. As for the other Gu worms, there were 8 or 9, all rank 4. But they involved many paths, and were rather messy, unlike Kumo's and Tai Mu Bai's Gu worms. Wu Gui's Gu worms, although can form an exquisite combination, are not a set. The reason why he could rampage in southern border is mainly because of the crow's 7 Gu. There was no doubt that the crow's 7 Gu was an extremely useful rank 5 Gu. Fan Yuan obtained the crow's 7 Gu, and was extremely happy. He placed the crow's 7 Gu into his aperture, but the other rank 4 Gu could only be kept in his pocket. His aperture was filled with many Gu worms. Among them, there were 5 rank 5 Gu worms, and there was no lack of rank 4 Gu worms. Thus, the pressure on the aperture was huge. Of course, the most important thing was the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 Gu was gradually recovering, and was exerting great pressure on Fan Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the blessed land is 3 times that of the outside world, and it can speed up the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I need to hurry and refine the second aperture Gu as soon as possible. With the second aperture, I can greatly reduce the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada. To Fan Yuan, the situation was extremely urgent. He not only had to refine the second aperture Gu, he also had to guard against the huge internal threat of the spring-autumn cicada. At the same time, in the later stages of the Gu refinement, the blessed land would be full of loopholes, and it would be connected to the outside world, and could be attacked by many Gu masters. At that time, the land spirit would be extremely weak, and could not be relied on, and that would be the most dangerous moment for Fan Yuan. The refinement of the second aperture Gu gets more difficult as it goes on. Especially that last step, I need to use divine travel Gu, and I need to concentrate with all my concentration, or my own safety will be in great danger. The lesson of Wu Gui's blood was just now, and Fan Yuan had to be on guard. But his situation was different from Wu Gui's. I still have a chess piece, and that is by Ning Bing. She has used the poison vow Gu, and can be trusted. It seems that at the final moment, I still need to rely on her to protect me. Thinking so, Fan Yuan suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Bai Ningbing. Chapter 386. Bai Ningbing saw Fan Yuan appear out of nowhere, and stared in shock. By now, Gu masters had a very thorough understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was beside Fan Yuan, and had a deeper understanding of Three Kings' inheritance than others. But because of this deep understanding, Bai Ningbing was even more shocked. Fan Yuan's sudden appearance seemed simple, but it had a shocking meaning. Bai Ningbing, do you still remember our agreement? I wonder if you still need Yang Gu now? Fan Yuan did not talk about how he appeared, and instead stared at Bai Ningbing with his hands behind his back, his eyes eerie and unfathomable. Humph, you already know the answer. Bai Ningbing snorted, her blue eyes squinting. She knew Fan Yuan would not speak without thinking. He definitely had a reason. It seems you need my help? Just say it. Don't hide anything, otherwise I will not help. Fan Yuan laughed, not moved. Back then in Shan Clan City you and I made a vow, if one is in danger, the other must help. I will tell you the truth, not long later. I will be attacked by Gu masters. I need you to protect me while I refine Gu. Attacked by Gu masters? There are so many Gu masters who want to kill you. I am not surprised. But you want to refine Gu, what Gu? Fan Yuan was very straightforward this time, and directly told her the whole matter. This was a huge matter. He needed Bai Ningbing's full cooperation. This matter could not be concealed. Bai Ningbing was not so easy to fool. If there was a misunderstanding because of the concealment, and the refinement failed, it would be a huge loss. What? This Gu immortal blessed land spirit is still alive? You want to refine an immortal Gu? You're too bold. You're courting your own death. Wait a minute. What did you say? You killed Taimu Bai, Wu Gui and Ku Mo. Fan Yuan made it short, and with just a few sentences, there was too much information, giving Bai Ningbing a huge impact on her soul. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fan Yuan didn't try to argue with him. Instead, he took out his spoils of war. These Gu worms! Bai Ningbing looked at the Gu worms Fan Yuan took out and was dumbfounded, completely losing her composure. These Gu worms were genuine. This is the best proof. Did you really kill Taimu Bai and the others? Bai Ningbing stared at Fan Yuan, her shock evident on her face. What kind of person was Taimu Bai? He was the previous clan leader of the southern border super clan, the Tai clan. He was a proud son of the heavens. He was born with outstanding talent, and his temperament was even more unwavering and unyielding. His life's achievements were glorious. He was also talented and had researched many metal path Gu worm tactics, causing countless enemies to tremble in fear. When he was young, he moved unhindered throughout the world and his name spread throughout the southern border. When he was middle-aged, he controlled the Tai family with an iron fist. Everyone was fearful. When he was old, he was an emperor of a region. His prestige spread far and wide, and no one dared to defy him. He was revered as the glory of the Tai family, the glory of the righteous path. When he announced that he would go into seclusion and abdicate, whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path, many people sighed in relief. Now, when he came out of seclusion, all the clans were shaken. Even Shang Yan Fei. Standing in front of him, he still had to bow. That Wu clan rank 5 Gu master Wu Lan Shan, who was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader, had to lower her proud head when facing Taimu Bai. But this time Mu Bai died in Fan Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gui and Ku Mo, 2 rank 5 Gu masters, also died in Fan Yuan's hands. What's more, not only did they die, even their gu worms were taken away by Fan Yuan. These 3 rank 5 gu masters died in such a sullen manner. Even Bai Ningbing, who was an outsider, felt depressed over the deaths of Tai Mu Bai and the others. Alright, it's about time. Next, I will teleport you to King Quan Inheritance. Follow my instructions and charge through the rounds. I need dog beasts as helpers, the more the better. Fan Yuan said hurriedly. Humph, I didn't say I would help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fan Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if this succeeds I will give you the Yanggu. Besides this, there are other benefits. After we leave Sancha Mountain, you can go wherever you want. I won't stop you from going our separate ways, and I welcome you to travel together. But regardless of whether you agree or not, I will refine the gu. Bai Ningbing was speechless. You! This shameless scoundrel, you dare to use the poison oath to threaten me? If Fan Yuan died from being surrounded while refining the gu, according to the poison oath, Bai Ningbing would die as well. That is to say, Bai Ningbing had to protect Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. His tone was calm and even had a trace of gentleness. This is not a threat, this is cooperation, Ningbing. Think about it, since Qingmao Mountain, we have cooperated seamlessly, no danger could stop us, and countless enemies have fallen at our feet. This time will not be an exception. Didn't you want the Yanggu? If you get it, you can regain your male body. Don't tell me you are reluctant to part with your female identity? Hearing Fan Yuan call her Ningbing, Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body. When she heard Fan Yuan's last sentence, even though she knew Fan Yuan was trying to provoke her, she could not help but fly into a rage and shouted, "Shut up!" Then it's settled. Fan Yuan laughed and waved his hand, stuffing a dog enslavement gu into Bai Ningbing's hands before disappearing. The scene in front of Bai Ningbing also changed. She was teleported to the first round of King Quan Inheritance by the land spirit. Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a person. But she was after all a famous person, a grand rank 5 great gu master. She quickly calmed down. Little Beast King, it's you! You seem to be able to enter and leave this place as you wish? Wu Lanshan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He flicked his finger and shot out a bone spike. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful face seemed to be frozen in time. She looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. You can actually use gu? After saying this, her aura dissipated, she lost her life. Another rank 5 gu master died. But Fan Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 gu worms. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a profound light burst out from her body, wrapping around her 3 rank 5 gu worms and leaving through space. Fan Yuan was no exception. He knew that Wu clan had a rank 6 immortal gu called 100 without lost gu. It had a mystical power and specialized in retrieving precious gu worms. Although this blessed land could suppress all transformations of rank 1 to 5 gu worms, it could not restrict immortal gu. In fact, no blessed land could restrict the power of immortal gu. Fan Yuan obtained the remaining rank 4 gu. It was not a small gain. Next, he took out Beast Strength Placenta gu and devoured Wu Lanshan's aperture. This was the 4th rank 5 gu master's aperture. The Beast Strength Placenta gu was nourished. It was like an exquisite porcelain, giving off a smooth and delicate feeling. Fan Yuan used his mind to sense it, and found that his aptitude had risen to 75%. The higher the aptitude, the harder it was to raise it. Back then, when he devoured Tai Mu Bai's aperture, his aptitude rose by 40%. But later, when Fan Yuan devoured Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lanshan's apertures, it only rose by 35%. Of course, this is related to the Gu Master's foundation. There are 5 rank 5 gu masters on Sancha Mountain. But only Tai Mu Bai, Ku Mo and Wu Gui are rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai has Tai clan's abundant resources. His foundation is the deepest. The others, Wu Lanshan and Wang Xiao, are rank 5 upper stage. Chojio is only rank 5 initial stage. After killing these people, my aptitude might not rise by another 10%. But don't worry, there are many Gu masters, even Ihua and Kong Ri Tian will die. The corpse hound's body is purple, its skin is slightly rotten, its back is hunched, and its fangs are protruding. If you use the Yin dog to restrain it, you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path. The reward for that round is 3 tasks at once Gu. It will be extremely helpful to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Thai dog king. It is heavily injured, but it is even more ferocious. No matter how many dogs you sacrifice, you must capture it alive and use it for your own use. This dog king is the only heavy Thai dog king in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large number of wandering heavy Thai dogs. You can use it to subdue them without spending a single soldier. Every time Bai Ningbing passed the stage, there would be a voice beside her, guiding her on the right path. This voice naturally belonged to the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. After the land spirit moved Bai Ningbing to King Quan inheritance, it was not willing to waste immortal essence on her. Bai Ningbing could only pass 1 round at a time. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it could clearly see through the arrangements of 3 kings' inheritance. These words of guidance to Bai Ningbing almost did not consume any immortal essence, but to Bai Ningbing, it was a huge help. It was like a bright lamp, illuminating the dark path in front of Bai Ningbing. In every round, Bai Ningbing made the best choice, and her strength continued to expand like a rolling snowball. Next, you will encounter a Gu master as your enemy. But don't worry, he has just experienced a huge battle. There are not many dogs left. You can eliminate him effortlessly. At that time, I will imprison him, and after you kill him, take away his Gu worms. It will greatly strengthen your Gu worms. The land spirit guided. Bai Ningbing nodded, slowly walking out of the fog. It's you! Her enemy saw her, and was somewhat shocked. Bai Ningbing was also stunned. This was none other than the Yun clan leader who had made things difficult for her and Fan Yuan when they first entered the inheritance, Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian arrogantly snorted. You are Bai Ningbing, right? You are unlucky to have met me. You have less than half of my dogs. Halfway through his words, he paused. His eyes were wide open, and a strange caw-caw sound came from his throat, like a rooster being strangled. From the fog behind Bai Ningbing, a large number of dogs walked out one after another. Chapter 387. Impossible! How can you have so many dog beasts? Yun Luo Tian shouted, pointing at Bai Ningbing as his body trembled, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Ningbing had so many dog beasts around her, it was beyond Yun Luo Tian's imagination. How many rounds are there now? Even a rank 5 Gu master cannot have such a huge group. Yun Luo Tian shouted, venting his fear. You must have found some loophole and cheated. You cheated, you despicable and shameless person. Yun Luo Tian lost his composure. He no longer had the demeanor of a young tribe leader. Bai Ningbing sighed. Yun Luo Tian was right. He hit the nail on the head. That's right, she cheated. It was the blessed land's land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she explored King Quan inheritance easily. It was like she was taking a stroll in the wild. It was extremely smooth. It was a stark contrast to the difficulty she had to face when exploring King Quan inheritance alone. The feeling of cheating is truly amazing. If this is called despicable and shameless, then I am willing to be even more despicable and shameless. Hee hee hee. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart as she waved her hand. Woof woof woof. Countless hounds, upon receiving her order, began to move like a tide. In Yun Luo Tian's vision, he saw the dog beasts pouncing towards him with an imposing aura. He gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing, don't be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you to the public. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested. Especially those rank 5 Gu masters. Ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out the token and used it. But the token did not move. Eh? Yun Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before continuing to use it. What is going on? Why is it not working? I clearly used it the last time. I could have been transported out immediately. His gaze flickered as a bad feeling surged in his heart. He was bewildered and uncertain. He took out another brand new token. He was Yun tribe's young leader. He had 2 life-saving tokens. But this time, there was still no movement. The token had completely lost its effect. Yun Luotian's eyes widened as he stared at the token in his hand, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Bai Ningbing's army of hounds had already surrounded him and started massacring his hounds. How could this be? Hurry up and teleport me out! Yun Luotian's breathing quickened. He frantically used the token, but to no avail. Ah! He screamed, his handsome face twisted in fear. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an enraged bull. It's you! It was you, wasn't it? It must be you! You can actually nullify the command medallion. Haha, good technique. However, you have to consider this carefully. I am the young master of the Yun family. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Yun family. The entire Yun family won't let you off. Yun Luotian reacted and shouted at Bai Ningbing. His pride as the young master of the Yun family supported him. This caused him to not kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, his tone became even more unyielding. But this kind of stubbornness, to Bai Ningbing, was useless. I'm not even afraid of the Tai clan. Why should I be afraid of your insignificant Yun family? What a joke! Bai Ningbing sneered. At this moment, Yun Luotian was all alone. The dog beasts in his hands were not worth mentioning, they had all been slaughtered. Bai Ningbing's heart moved. The dog beast closest to him let out a howl. It pounced on Yun Luotian. Yun Luotian struggled with all his might, but his strength could not compare to the strong dog beast. His throat was bitten by the dog beast, large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound. The rest of the dog beasts were squatting on the ground, watching. I curse you! I curse you to die a horrible death! Yun Luotian cursed before his death, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping all of Yun Luotian's goo worms. This Yun Luotian walked cloud path, all of his rank 4 goo worms were of high quality. And the enslavement path goo he obtained from the King Quan inheritance greatly strengthened Bai Ningbing's goo worms. Meanwhile, Yun Luotian's corpse was teleported to Fan Yuan by the land spirit. Fan Yuan was stepping on Wang Xiao, interrogating him for information on Wu Mountain. Wang Xiao was the lord of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, a true local tyrant. He was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. If this was in the outside world, even 80 Fan Yuan would not be Wang Xiao's match. But here, Fan Yuan defeated him easily. The whole process was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Xiao was extremely furious. He was being stepped on by Fan Yuan. His face was in contact with the soil. For a grand rank 5 goo master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a huge humiliation. You want to know the way to Wu Mountain? Haha, don't be delusional. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After you kill me, you will never know the correct path again. Wang Xiao laughed coldly as he struggled, resisting with all his might. But Fan Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Wang Xiao could not match him in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, he was panting from exhaustion, while Fan Yuan's foot on his face was still as steady as a rock. Among the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border, Mount Wu was one of the most famous mountains. This mountain was illusory, hidden in fog. In the fog, there were many small paths. But there is only one right path. Wang Xiao knew this path. He would enter Mount Wu and take all the resources of Mount Wu for his own use. Famous mountains like Qingmao Mountain and Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild goo. All kinds of resources were enough to support 3 to 4 mid-sized clans. But in Wu Mountain, all the resources were monopolized by Wang Xiao. Wu Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is easy to defend. No matter how many righteous path goo masters there are, they cannot attack it. Wang Xiao used this place to be free and unfettered, becoming a tyrant. If I can obtain it, I can use it as a base, and I will not have to worry about resources after rank 5. Fan Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Zhao's fortuitous encounter. Fan Yuan coveted it very much. But Wang Xiao did not speak. He knew that once he spoke, he would die without a doubt. Not speaking would give him a chance of survival. Bam! Right at this time, with a soft sound, Yun Luo Tian's corpse was transported over by the land spirit. Fan Yuan kicked Wang Xiao away and walked to the corpse, taking out the beast's strength placenta goo and devouring the aperture. It's him? That Yun clan's young master! Wang Xiao recognized Yun Luo Tian's identity and saw the process of Fan Yuan using the beast's strength placenta goo. His heart turned cold. Fan Yuan was clearly refining goo by killing people. This goo can actually devour apertures. This is not good. My aperture is more valuable than Yun Luo Tian. This beast's strength placenta goo had already become smooth and delicate, like an exquisite ceramic. But in Wang Zhao's eyes, it was demonic and extremely dangerous. Seeing Fan Yuan walking over, Wang Xiao shouted anxiously, Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise to tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Val Gu on me. The killing intent in Fan Yuan's eyes intensified. Although he had the Eat One's Words Gu's recipe and could break the poison oath, he was pressed for time now. Where would he find the time to refine this Eat One's Words Gu? When he killed these Gu masters, his immortal essence was rapidly expended, and the blessed land's weakening accelerated. The more time passed, the weaker the land spirit, and the less immortal essence he had left to refine second aperture Gu. At the same time, the blessed land's time flow was 3 times faster than the outside world. Fan Yuan's spring-autumn cicada also became more threatening. Fan Yuan had killed so many people, he had expended nearly 2 portions of immortal essence. More than half of his previous estimate had been used up. The blessed land's weakening had accelerated. Some people must have sensed something amiss. Fan Yuan's greatest advantage was that he had the initiative. If he delayed, he would be at a disadvantage. Compared to second aperture Gu, Wu Mountain's benefits were huge, but it was not irreplaceable. Speak, which path is Wu Mountain's path? Fan Yuan stomped on Wang Zhao's right wrist, directly crushing it as he asked in a stern voice. Let me go, and I will speak! Wang Xiao screamed in pain. Humph, stubborn! Fan Yuan stomped down again, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wang Zhao's left kneecap was completely crushed. Wang Zhao's whole body was trembling from the pain. He was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and stared at Fan Yuan, but did not utter a word. Fan Yuan was silent. He knew that it was useless to force a confession. Wang Xiao was an ambitious and ruthless person. He had a malicious and ruthless nature. He never showed mercy to his enemies, and was also very strict with himself. He personally designed the ice waterbed. When a person laid on this bed, as long as they slept for 6 hours, the entire bed would sink into the ice water below. Wang Xiao slept on such a bed, and only rested for 6 hours every day. He encouraged himself, restrained himself, and worked extremely hard. Other than eating, sleeping, and taking a dump, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. His aptitude was not very good. It could not be compared to Bai Ningbing and Tai Mu Bai. But with such hard work, he climbed up step by step and became a famous demonic expert in southern border. No one dared to underestimate him. In Fan Yuan's memories, Wang Xiao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely ferocious and even wanted to take the position of the leader of the demonic group. After offending such a person, Fan Yuan felt pressure in his heart. Killing Wang Xiao would weaken the demonic path's strength in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. But Wang Xiao could not be left alive, he could only be killed. I need to refine Gu soon. I don't want to be attacked by all of you. Fan Yuan sighed and killed Wang Xiao. After that, Fan Yuan was extremely familiar with the process of snatching Gu and swallowing apertures. After swallowing Yun Luo Tian and Wang Zhao's apertures, the beast's strength placenta Gu's aptitude rose to 83%. As for the immortal essence expenditure, it had also reached 2 portions, it was extremely tight. Not good, the immortal essence expenditure is extremely high, it is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old, it originated from the olden antiquity era, it is already a miracle that it can survive until now. Chapter 388. Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off, stop here. The land spirit also sensed this error, and gave its suggestion. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting. No, 83% is not my plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way. How can everything go your way? Young man, you are already blinded by benefits, your head is starting to heat up. The land spirit said calmly. Fan Yuan cursed in his heart, without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat, Fan Yuan had to convince it again. Ba Gui. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone. It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan, I still have some spare immortal essence. In Fan Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Fan Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time, how could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced, although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu, the remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Fan Yuan was secretly anxious, he had not passed the test yet, he was not the owner of the blessed land, he could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now, there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Fan Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Fan Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Fan Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong, we must get rid of him to be safe. Fan Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Fan Yuan's suggestion. Fan Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu master Chojio, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Yitian Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the 3rd seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Shan Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shang Clan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Xing Shou could they suppress Chou Jio's limelight. The Battle of Yitian Mountain. Let the world know of Chojio's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Itian Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Chojio was captured, and Wu clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him. But Chojio refused, cursing Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Shang Yanfei. But rank 5 Gu masters were all geniuses, they could not be underestimated. These Gu masters were able to stand out from the masses. In such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world, they were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Chojio attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Fan Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is astonishing. But on such a huge stage I am still too weak, I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here, I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Fan Yuan's request, but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu masters are like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily and not moving. Ba Gui, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive, if they are not radical, if they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits, if they do not take risks. How can they cultivate, how can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism and risk-taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine, it has a strong fragrance. Fan Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed. Young man, your demonic nature is too deep, if you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. You can survive the sins committed by heaven, but you cannot survive the sins committed by yourself. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Ba Gui, you are too ignorant. What is a sin? A sin cannot be survived, that is only the beautiful but helpless wish of the weak. They spread it widely, hoping that everyone follows it, that way they can protect themselves. And I want to be a devil who has committed sins but is still able to get away with it. I want to dominate the world, slaughter all living beings, and enjoy everything. Not only do I want to slaughter Gu masters, I also want to refine the second aperture Gu and become the biggest winner. Ba Gui, feel it, what is this? Saying so, Fan Yuan activated Spring Autumn Cicada and for the first time, released its aura. The land spirit was shocked. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal, how can you possess such an immortal Gu? To convince the land spirit, Fan Yuan took the gamble. He exposed the existence of Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Gu, but the second aperture Gu was also an immortal Gu. Such benefits were enough for Fan Yuan to take the risk. Why can't mortals possess immortal Gu? To tell you the truth, Spring Autumn Cicada was refined by me. Fan Yuan said again. I understand. So you are a Gu immortal, using Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth and come to the past to change history. The land spirit exclaimed. Oh? Ba Gui. You seem to know some information about Spring Autumn Cicada, tell me about it. Fan Yuan quickly asked for guidance. Since the immemorial era, Gu masters have had 2 paths, space path and time path. Space and time are the foundation of heaven and earth. Among them, space represents up, down, left, and right. time represents since ancient times until now. Take my blessed land for example. At its peak, space had 9,000 mu of land. Time flows 6 times faster in time. The land spirit said. How big was 9,000 mu? On Earth, it was half of North Korea's territory. As for the 6 times faster time, it was according to the river of time. At its peak, the time in the blessed land was 6 times faster than the outside world. 1 day in the blessed land was 6 days in the outside world. Of course. But now, the blessed land had weakened. Not only had a large portion of its land been consumed, the time flow was also only 3 times faster. In this world there were many different blessed lands, each with a different surface area and a different flow of time. The land spirit continued. Spring-autumn cicada is one of the time path goo worms. Back then, it had a famous owner, that was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He used this to contend against the immortal court and break the chains of fate. He brought good news to the people of the future, and from then on, the people had control over their own fate. Red Lotus Demon Venerable? The most mysterious demon venerable in history? Fan Yuan was shocked. In the goo path, rank 9 was venerable. Demon venerables were rank 9 demonic goo masters, and immortal venerables were rank 9 righteous goo masters. In the long history, demon venerables and immortal venerables could be counted on one's fingers. They represented supreme legends. In every great era, only one appeared. There had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. Thus, venerables represented true invincibility in the world. And among these rank 9 venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious, and had the fewest records. Even Fan Yuan only knew of such an important person. Now, this was the first time he had heard of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The land spirit said slowly, "This world is extremely vast. It is divided into 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and center. They are connected but also independent of each other. There is also a river of time. It originates from the past, flows through the present, and leads to the future. This is the space and time of the great world. If history is said to be a still image, then the river of time is a thin line. Countless images are strung together on this line. You can use the spring-autumn cicada to break out of the painting, following the thin line and moving upstream, pouring your will and memories into a scene of the past. When this scene changes, the following scenes will also change accordingly. So that's it." The land spirit's words gave Fan Yuan a lot of benefits. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each time he had a special experience. It made Fan Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time become clearer. The land spirit's words even reminded Fan Yuan, causing him to have an extraordinary understanding. To think that you are a future Gu immortal, and have even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are indeed the best person to refine the Gu. Alright, since you are so confident, then we will do as you say. Who else do you want to kill this time? The land spirit relaxed. Originally, it thought that Fan Yuan was immortal, and would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining the Gu. But now, it recognized Fan Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, and the amount of immortal essence he would waste was greatly reduced, thus it accepted Fan Yuan's suggestion. Fan Yuan smiled and promised, "Land Spirit, you are right to believe in me. I will not disappoint you, the Gu refinement will definitely succeed. In the future, I still need to rely on the second aperture Gu to ascend to Gu immortal realm again." The land spirit also smiled. It had a sense of recognition towards Fan Yuan. "That's right, you are a Gu immortal. You understand the value of the second aperture Gu better than mortals. When you become a Gu immortal, the second aperture Gu will give you unparalleled benefits." Chapter 389. To think that this 3 kings' inheritance was a trap. The real winner is you, little beast king. Killer ghost Dr. Chojio laid on the ground, staring at Fan Yuan with wide open eyes as he exclaimed. This article comes from, after Fan Yuan convinced the land spirit, he rushed to Chojio and knocked him down in a few moves. Chojio was ugly. His hair was messy like withered straw, his forehead was protruding, his eyes were one big and one small, his cheekbones were high, his nose bridge was flat, and his nose hair was protruding out of his nasal cavity. He had a mouthful of yellow teeth that were exposed. But his gaze was shrewd and bright, with a scheming look that normal people could not have. Little Beast King, I know you. You are an amazing talent. You are just a vagrant child, but you can grow to this stage. I am full of admiration. Compared to you, I am only a few years older. When I was young, I did not have your achievements. A person like you is a dragon among men. Sooner or later you will ascend to the heavens and roam the world. I have no intention of being enemies with you. If possible, I want to use the information of the door of life and death to buy my life. Fan Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were afraid, but Chojio was calm. When he understood his situation, he immediately lowered his stance and flattered Fan Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he had given up resisting. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly transmitted. Quickly kill him, he is using the token and Gu worms crazily. I am trying my best to suppress them, they are all increasing the consumption of immortal essence. But Fan Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly. Door of life and death? This door of life and death was not a small matter. It was recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was an ancient forbidden land. It was similar to the River of Time, an ordinary abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Renzu rushed to the door of life and death to save him. In the legends, the door of life and death contained the mysteries of life and death. As long as people understood it, they could control life and death. Chojio actually knows the location of the door of life and death. Fan Yuan was shocked, his expression turning cold as he warned. Chojio, if you activate your Gu worms again, I will kill you. Chojio's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He slowly sat up and looked at Fan Yuan. You can actually sense that I am using a Gu worm. His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. You can use Gu worms, but there is no reaction when I try my best to activate them. Sigh, looks like there's only one possibility. The land spirit isn't dead yet, and has already been subdued by you. So this was a blessed land. There was such a secret. What a pity, back then, the 3 kings were the first to enter, but they did not truly control this blessed land. Now you've obtained it. However, this blessed land was already on the verge of destruction. No amount of help could save it. The land spirit must be extremely old, otherwise these Gu masters would have been banished long ago. Why did you have to personally eliminate us? Although Fan Yuan didn't control the blessed land, after he revealed his identity, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't care about him at all. In order to assist him in Gu refinement, the land spirit listened to Fan Yuan's orders to a certain extent. Chojio was over 100 years old, and he was experienced and astute. His guess was actually 80 to 90% accurate. Since you have control of the blessed land, I won't do this pointless work. As long as you spare my life, the things you obtain will exceed your expectations, Chojio said. He really stopped his actions. Fan Yuan smiled noncommittally. Let's talk about the door of life and death. You know the location of the door of life and death? The door of life and death is a top-secret forbidden land that is not inferior to the River of Time. The space is boundless and it radiates to the north, south, east, and west regions. Legends say that there are many unique natural Gu worms inside, like Life Gu, Death Gu, and so on. Chojio nodded. I know the location of the door of life and death. Not only that, I had once explored it several times, capturing the Life Gu and Death Gu inside, finally refining the Life Gu and Life Gu. I placed this Gu in the door of life and death, and every time someone dies because of me, it will absorb the death energy and turn it into life force. It is because of this life force that my healing methods are so outstanding. This is the secret behind why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his secret to increase his persuasiveness. Oh? So that's it. This was the first time Fan Yuan had heard of such a secret. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not omniscient. In that case, tell me, maybe I can spare your life. Fan Yuan promised. Chojio shook his head. The secret of the door of life and death is too important. Back then I swore in front of the Si Vao Gu that I could not reveal it to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into ashes and die. However, if you join the Shadow Sect, you will be one of us, and I can tell you. Si Vao Gu? Shadow Sect? Fan Yuan frowned. Si Vao Gu was a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was very famous in the olden antiquity era, on par with the Mountain Pledge Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu and Si Vao Gu had similar effects to the Poison Vao Gu, but the Poison Vao Gu was a consumable, while these two immortal Gu could be used repeatedly. Si Vao Gu, Fan Yuan had heard of it, and had some understanding. But Shadow Sect was unfamiliar to Fan Yuan. From the name, it sounded like a Gu cultivation sect. This meant that Chojio, who was always alone, had a hidden force behind him. Fan Yuan felt some fear. The situation was out of his expectations. It was not difficult for Fan Yuan to kill Chojio now, but he knew nothing about the Shadow Sect. This made him feel a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The founder of the Shadow Sect was a rank 8 Gu immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the door of life and death and moved it into the Blessed Land. Since then, many Gu immortals have appeared in the Shadow Sect. If you join the Shadow Sect, there will be countless benefits. Next, Chojio talked about a whole bunch of benefits. His tongue was like a glib one. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Fan Yuan's expression struggled for a while, but he suddenly made up his mind. Chojio, you have a good plan. As long as I join the Shadow Sect, not only will your life not be in danger, I will even recognize you as my senior brother. This kind of immemorial sect pays attention to seniority the most. If I join, I will definitely have to make an oath and have all kinds of restrictions. In the end, I will even have to contribute my gains on Sancha Mountain, in the name of contributing to the sect, is that right? Shadow Sect? Fan Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying, even if it is true, so what? It is already a miracle that a sect with inheritances from the immemorial era can survive until now. You said that there were many Gu immortals in the past, but these Gu immortals should have all died. Otherwise, Shadow Sect has long been a force in southern border. Why are you still fighting alone all the time? Chojio's expression turned pale. He could not help but size up Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan was young, but had such deep schemes. Facing the temptation, his heart was as calm as ice. How was this a young man? He was simply a 100-year-old monster. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, continuing, I am a person who likes to keep benefits to myself. Don't talk to me about mutual benefits. Even if you make a sea oath, it is not impossible to remove it. Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, they both have obvious flaws. When making an oath, one needs to face either a sea or a tall mountain. As long as the corresponding sea or mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Chojio's heart shook. Fan Yuan was knowledgeable and knew a lot. He did not seem like a newcomer at all. This kind of person was the hardest to fool. Chojio tried his best to calm his mind. It is useless. The sea I made the oath is inside the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. If you want to destroy that sea, you need to know where the Blessed Land is first. But if I want to say the location, I need to destroy that sea. This is a dead end. Fan Yuan snorted, his eyes surging with killing intent. Since it is a dead end, forget it. You can die now. Chojio sighed towards the sky. You want to attack? Then do it. He did not move, but in his heart he was very sure. The door of life and death was a legendary place. Who would not care about life and death? Little Beast King would definitely not reject such a temptation. He was only doing this to scare Chojio. But Fan Yuan shot out the bone spike without hesitation. This bone spike pierced towards Chojio's heart. In an instant, a huge sense of danger filled Chojio's body and mind. What? He really wants to kill me? Chojio was shocked. He quickly dodged. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through his chest. It brushed past his heart, and pierced through 5 inches of his back before stopping. You! Chojio pointed at Fan Yuan, his trembling voice filled with fear, shock, and doubt. Little Beast King, you lunatic! If I didn't dodge just now, I would have really died. That is the door of life and death, the door of life and death. Back then, Rinzhu had to spend a lot of effort to find it. This is a supreme sacred land, the center of life and death. As long as you occupy it and comprehend it, you will be able to live forever. Fan Yuan looked at him coldly, saying plainly, "But didn't you say earlier that you can't reveal the secret? Then what use do I have for you? You can join our shadow sect." Chojio was sweating profusely, not sure if it was because of pain or fear. Fan Yuan snorted, raising his hand and preparing to kill. Chojio quickly waved his hand, shouting, Wait, don't act recklessly. Other than this method, there are other ways. We can use the poison vow gu, we can make a poison vow and trust each other." "I don't need your trust," Fan Yuan said coldly. "Then use the slavery gu, I will recognize you as my master, so don't kill me. You are a rank 5 gu master, so you need to use the rank 5 slavery gu. This gu is extremely rare, far surpassing others of the same rank. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if you use these gu, can you tell me the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land?" Fan Yuan asked. Chojio's expression froze. Fan Yuan observed Chojio's expression and immediately knew that he was not lying. Fan Yuan did not really want to kill him, it was just a probe. Chojio suggested the poison vow gu and slavery gu one after another, clearly panicking, but he did not dare to say the location of the Blessed Land. It seems he really made a sea vow. Chojio really wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the vow, it would prove that he was lying. If he said the real location, the vow would take his life. Taking a step back, even if he really said it, he would have no value, and Fan Yuan would not let him go. In this situation, Chojio had no way out. After realizing this, he smiled bitterly. "To think that I, Chojio, would die here today. It is your honor to die in my hands." Fan Yuan's expression was plain. Chojio seriously sized up Fan Yuan, nodding in agreement. "Not bad, with your talent and temperament. As long as your luck is not bad, you will definitely become a demonic overlord who brings disaster to a region. If you want to kill me, it is useless no matter how much I beg. It is not bad to die in your hands, much more glorious than dying in the hands of those thieves. Actually, I have a way to let you know the location of the door of life and death." Chojio said this, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 390. "Oh? What method?" Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. "This started a long time ago." Chojio heaved a long sigh. His face was filled with memories, hatred, grief, love, and other complicated emotions. "I don't have the time to listen to your long story," Fan Yuan interrupted him heartlessly. Chojio choked and said, "Then I'll make it short. My surname is Xing and my nickname is Anyo. I was a mountain farmer who was picking herbs. One day, I fell off a cliff and it was a blessing in disguise. I came to the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. Through the land spirit's guidance and test, I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Shadow Sect. There were only 2 people left in the Shadow Sect. Other than me, there was also a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Chinjio, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young and had never left the blessed land. She was even more innocent. I was born ugly and was ostracized and ridiculed since young. But senior sister was always kind and gentle to me. We interacted day and night, and gradually developed feelings for each other. We swore an oath in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other, and never abandon each other. We cultivated together and entered the door of life and death to capture life gu and death gu together. That was the happiest time of my life. I thought I could live like this until I grew old. Until an earthly calamity happened. The land spirit was injured and went into hibernation. There was a hole in the blessed land and a thief snuck in. This thief was heavily injured at that time. If I had known what would happen next, I would have tortured him to death at that time. But I didn't do that and woke him up. He said his surname was Shang and he had blood-red hair. He was very eloquent, and he used flowery words to deceive senior sister while he was recuperating. He was indeed slightly better looking than me. He used his pretty face to gain senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked to him, the happier she was. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him. We quarreled many times because of this. After that thief recovered, I wanted to chase him out and continue living like a celestial couple with senior sister. But who would have thought that senior sister would have a change of heart? She went against the oath we swore, injured me, and defected with that thief. I hate it. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and causing a disaster. She hated her Shiji Chinjio for falling in love with someone else, and she hated that despicable and shameless scoundrel for snatching her love away. After recovering from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed the southern border to find the whereabouts of this adulterous couple. But who would have thought that this scoundrel would have such a high position and become Shang clan leader? Saying so, Chojio paused and looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He had the memories of his previous life and knew many secrets. Halfway through, she knew who Chojio was talking about. Chojio saw that Fan Yuan was unmoved and laughed bitterly. It seems like you have already guessed their identities. Indeed, that scoundrel was the current Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. My senior sister Qingjio is the current Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan, while I am alone. These few years I have been roaming the southern border. His painstaking planning was to deal with this adulterous couple. It was a pity. What a pity, I will die here today. I will not be able to fulfill this wish. Fan Yuan listened in silence and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Chojio, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you have a good plan. According to what you said, the Shadow Sect only has you and Qingjio now. If you die, I will have to get information about the Door of Life and Death from Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. This matter concerns the Shadow Sect's blessed land. How can they be honest? When we fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be beneficial to you. Ha ha ha, Little Beast King, you are a very frank and direct person. A person who only knows how to scheme will never be able to show his face in public. But you are meticulous in your thinking and domineering in your actions. You are truly a formidable character. You are right, this is what I plan to do. This is a blatant scheme and you have already seen through it. Then, do you still want to inquire about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed. Fan Yuan stared at this rank 5 Gu master, sighing after a while. Of course. The Door of Life and Death was an immemorial forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In such a place, unique Gu worms thrived and thrived. Spring-autumn cicada lived in the River of Time. The Door of Life and Death naturally had similar immortal Gu. With such huge benefits, Fan Yuan could not help but be moved. Thus, even though he knew this was Chojio's scheme, he still had to go in. Chojio laughed heartily, tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a rising star, I admire you. I am looking forward to the battle between you and that adulterous couple in the future. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. Our Shadow Sect's teachings have a different view on life and death. We met in life, you are the cause of death. We were able to meet in the vast sea of people and die in your hands. This is an extraordinary fate. Maybe you really have fate with the Shadow Sect's blessed land and the Door of Life and Death. I might as well give this fortuitous encounter to you. I hope you can grasp it. Saying so, Chojio's expression calmed down. His eyes were deep as if he had great wisdom that could see through life and death in the mortal world. It doesn't matter if I die. Who can avoid death in this world? Longevity is attainable, but eternal life is hopeless. Even those immortal venerables and demon venerables, didn't they turn to ashes in the end? Little Beast King, I can die by myself, there is no need for you to do anything. Saying so, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Blood spurted out, life flowed away. The ghost doctor of a generation, the future leader of the 4 great doctors, died just like that. To think that killing this ghost doctor would give me such important information. Shadow sex blessed land, door of life and death. If I am the ruler, it will be the foundation of my hegemony. It seems that my rebirth plan will need to be modified again. Any goo master that could cultivate to rank 5 would have to go through many layers of competition before they could stand out. None of them were simple characters. They all had their own unique fortuitous encounters, advantages, trump cards or secrets. At this point, the rank 5 goo masters in the blessed land were all slaughtered by Fan Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan, Chojio, these 5 had distinct personalities. They all had deep foundations and great strength. If they really fought one-on-one, the current Fan Yuan would be easily suppressed by any one of them. He was not their match. So Dr. Su Shou's real name is Chenjio, and Killer Ghost Doctor's name is Chojio. It seems hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he took the initiative to climb the mountain and threw himself into that whirlpool. He challenged Shang Yanfei and fought with Dr. Su Shou. After being captured, he exposed the matter and was killed by Shang Yanfei. Fan Yuan did not want to comment on this enmity between the 3. Did he sympathize with Chojio? But Dr. Su Shou's choice was completely understandable. Despising the poor and loving the rich, disliking the ugly and loving the beautiful, this was common in the world. Shang Yanfei was a famous handsome man in southern border. Compared to him, Chojio couldn't be compared. Compared to Chojio, they were like heaven and earth. The reason why Dr. Su Shou fell in love with Chojio was because of her innocence. Chojio was the first man she met. After meeting Shang Yanfei, her horizons were broadened and she had a comparison. Moreover, Chenjio. She had an extreme pursuit for beauty in her nature. Whenever a patient came to seek treatment, she would want to size up their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average-looking, it depended on her mood at the time and the patient's consultation fee. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot without saying a word. And she did not charge any fees. When someone rebuked her for this, she would still argue. You ugly people, being born in front of me is simply staining the beauty of life. You might as well just die and end all troubles. As for those beautiful things, we naturally have to protect and preserve them by all means possible. These words were said in Shangclan City at that time. It caused a huge commotion. In the end, Shang Yanfei personally came out to settle this matter. Dr. Su Shou's status in Shangclan City. She was unique. Back in Shangclan City, when Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou together, her attitude towards Fang and Bai was very different. She was indifferent towards Fan Yuan, but very gentle and intimate towards Bai Ningbing. But come to think of it, the 4 great doctors all have their own quirks. Let's not talk about Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou. That 9-fingered wandering doctor likes to disguise as a sloppy old beggar. His whereabouts are uncertain. And divine Dr. Xing Shou, as a man, likes men. Fan Yuan let his thoughts wander as he took out all of Killer Ghost Doctor's goo worms. Chojio had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo. Other than that, there were movement goo. He did not have a rank 5 healing goo, but had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo, its appearance was very abstract, like a fried dough twist. The dark golden worm's body twisted and turned, its head and body were intertwined, its eyes and wings were all misplaced, as if it was molded by the Creator at will. However, its appearance was a perfect match for the appearance of its original owner. Fan Yuan looked at it for a while before keeping these goo worms. Next, he used beast strength placenta goo to devour Chojio's aperture. Looking at Chojio's corpse, he laughed lightly. Chojio, oh Chojio, you are really crafty. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have been deceived by you. Although Chojio was dead, there was still the possibility of him reviving. In Fan Yuan's previous life, during the middle phase of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, his throat was slit and he was assassinated. But not long after, he revived, causing both the righteous and devil paths to be extremely shocked. As it turned out, he had once used a Legacy Life goo. Legacy Life goo was a rank 5 consumable goo. As long as the goo master's corpse was preserved properly, it would only take a while for the corpse to recover and the goo master to revive. Although he was in the blessed land, the Legacy Life goo's law of power was suppressed by heaven and earth, temporarily unable to take effect. But as long as the blessed land collapses and the suppression weakens, the Legacy Life goo's power would be activated again, allowing him to revive. Earlier, Chojiu had praised Fan Yuan, and even put on an act of being carefree in the face of death, to leave a good impression on Fan Yuan, so that after his death, he would not be whipped by Fan Yuan. Truthfully speaking, Fan Yuan did not have the habit of whipping corpses. But today, for you, I can make an exception. Fan Yuan's expression was cold, as he attacked mercilessly, quickly turning Chojiu's corpse into meat paste. He hesitated for a while, but was still not at ease, so he set fire to the meat paste and burned it to ashes. With a wave of his palm wind, the ashes fluttered in all directions. Chojiu, if you can revive like this, then you have the ability. Ha! Chapter 391. This is the 48th round. Wu Xintong silently calculated. He came from the Wu clan, which was the number 1 clan in the southern border. They had a deep foundation and were an overlord of the righteous path. And he was an enslavement path goo master that Wu clan heavily nurtured. His attainment in enslavement path was extraordinary. Wu Xintong's name sounded domineering, but in reality, he was as thin as a stick and his face was waxy yellow, like a sickly scholar. In fact, he originally had a broad back and a slim waist, and a fit body. In one battle, he was poisoned by Long Qingtian's jade sky venom. He sought out miracle Dr. Xingshou for treatment. Divine Doctor's sacred hands touched his chest. His eyes lit up as he sighed. You're late. The poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but the poison is deeply rooted and difficult to remove. From now on, you have to come here for treatment every once in a while. I'll help you get rid of the toxins regularly. It was because of the jade sky parasite that Wu Xintong became thinner day by day, becoming like this. I wonder which goo master will be my opponent next? Wu Xintong walked in the fog with a deep gaze. Just now, out of the 3 choices, he had chosen the path in front of him. In King Quan's inheritance, the further one progressed, the more choices one would have. But most goo masters would choose a dog group to play it safe. He would only choose to fight with others if he had no other choice. No matter how large the pack of dogs was, they were still animals. But with a goo master's command, even the weakest dog group would pose a threat. However, Wu Xintong did the exact opposite. As long as he could fight with others, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path attainments, I am first-rate in southern border. In this Three Forks mountain, I am almost number 1. Only 2 opponents can threaten me. One was Wu Gui. He was a rank 5 goo master and was once an enslavement path goo master. But the enslavement path consumed a lot of resources. He had no choice but to change paths halfway. The other one was Zhang Sansan. He is a true enslavement path goo master, but his cultivation level is lower than mine. Martial god art had a huge advantage in enslavement path. In terms of qualifications, Zhang Sansan was still his junior. And in this King Quan's inheritance, even if he fought Wu Gui head-on, he wouldn't be able to win. He was not afraid at all. With such great strength, of course, he had to attack his opponents first and eliminate as many competitors as possible. In the end, he was left alone to monopolize King Quan's inheritance. This was Wu Xintong's shrewd plan. If I count it, my next opponent will be the most powerful one. He should be the 23rd person I've hit. Humph, it's your bad luck to run into me. Wu Xintong snorted in his heart and stopped. Beside him, the dogs surrounded him in an orderly manner. He stared at the other side of the mist. In the fog, a group of dogs with rotting skin and purple bodies walked out one after another. Oh, corpse-eating dogs! Wu Xintong chuckled. He knew. This kind of dog beast was very useful in the early stages. This was because this type of dog beast could devour corpses to speed up the recovery of injuries. But as the battle progressed, the corpse-eating dogs grew weaker and weaker. Because of this dog, their speed was not as fast as the lightning symbol dog, their defense was not as good as the armored dog, and their unity was not as good as the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Only those enslavement path gu masters would be crazily infatuated with these useless corpse-eating dogs. Different professions are worlds apart. He was not an enslavement path gu master and did not have decades of experience. How could he know the profundity of enslavement path? Wu Shintong thought of those gu masters and laughed in disdain. But at the next moment, he frowned slightly. In the fog ahead, more and more corpse-eating dogs appeared. There are quite a lot of them. It seems that for this victory, I will have to pay a small price, Wu Shintong thought. However, immediately after, large numbers of corpse-eating dogs appeared, as well as different dog beasts. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There are quite a lot of them. It seems this person has some attainment in enslavement path. Wu Shintong nodded lightly. The other party is a combination of corpse-eating dogs and chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Although there are many of them, their formation is very weak. Later, I only need to use a few dog kings to charge and cause the dog group to scatter. If we fight them head-on, we will be able to scatter them and win. The other party has hedgedogs. Wu Shintong saw hedgedogs appearing in the fog again. These dogs were covered in spikes. Attacking them was the same as harming themselves. If steel-armored dogs with strong defense were hard bones, then hedgedogs were thorny bones. To kill hedgedogs, one had to be prepared for their throats to be pierced. They actually have so many hedgedogs. It seems this person's luck is quite good, to be able to recruit such a large group. Why don't I have such luck? Wu Shintong sighed, immediately adjusting his battle strategy. The other party has hedgedogs. Later, I will use steel-armored dogs as the vanguard and send lightning symbol dogs on both sides. Once we engage, the steel-armored dogs will slowly advance and attack from both sides, while the lightning symbol dogs will surround them. Victory will be assured. However, after the hedgedogs, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared in the fog. Wu Shintong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the lightning symbol dogs meant that his earlier battle strategy could no longer work. Because the other party had fast lightning symbol dogs, they could also surround them. Even the number of lightning symbol dogs is so huge. The more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, the uglier Wu Shintong's expression became. In his opinion, the fact that the other party could own so many dogs could no longer be explained by good luck. Evidently, the other party was a gu master proficient in enslavement path. He was already a threat to him. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? No matter what, this is going to be a tough battle. I can only adjust my battle strategy according to the situation. But thankfully, I still have a trump card. Thinking of this, Wu Shintong calmed down. He glanced at the center of his group. There was a group of about 120 dogs. These dogs were huge, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws, their backs were thick and strong, and their noses were like that of a lion. These were heavy-tie dogs. In terms of defense, heavy-tie dogs were comparable to steel-armored dogs. In terms of unity, they were comparable to chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, among the 100 types of dogs, only a few can become the main force. Heavy-tie dogs are one of them. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, steel-armored dogs, these dogs. They are quite extreme. Their advantages and disadvantages are obvious. They are hard to rely on. Only dogs like heavy-tie dogs can be relied on. The more they have, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shintong looked at his heavy-tie dogs, feeling very satisfied. This was something that he had painstakingly accumulated with great difficulty. He did not use them in normal battles, and kept them hidden. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. I have to use the heavy-tie dogs. I believe that when I move out, the other party will definitely be very shocked. Ha! Thinking of this, Wu Shintong's lips curled up, full of smiles. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. On the other side of the mist, heavy tie dogs also appeared. The other party also has heavy tie dogs. That's right, the other party is an enslavement path expert. Of course, he knows how outstanding the heavy tie dogs are, so he accumulated them. More and more heavy tie dogs walked out of the mist. Wu Shintong squinted his eyes, his brows knitted together. So many, why does the other party have so many heavy tie dogs? The heavy tie dogs that he had always relied on as his trump card. The other party also had them. Naturally, it gave Wu Shintong mental pressure. Suddenly, Wu Shintong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the mist. He saw a majestic dog king. Heavy tie dog king! The opponent actually has a heavy tie dog king! Wu Shintong saw this scene. When Wu Shintong saw this, his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength would increase by several times. More importantly, Wu Shintong did not have a heavy tie dog king to fight against than his trump card. He would be pressured by the other party's dog king, causing his battle strength to decrease. As time passed, his trump card lost its effect. Tough battle, this will be an unprecedented tough battle. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? It must be one of them. Wu Gui is more likely. Wu Shintong had already lost his confidence in the battle. The other party's army is stronger than mine. I will lose more than win this battle. If I can win this battle, it will be a narrow victory. My losses will be disastrous. I will not be able to continue. Wu Shintong was already feeling regret. But very quickly, his feelings were no longer as simple as regret. His eyes became bigger and bigger, his mouth also subconsciously opened. His eyeballs were popping out, as if someone was punching him from behind. And the expression on his face changed from surprise to shock, then from shock to fear. In the fog, not only did the heavy tie dogs continue to surge out in large numbers, there were also green hua dogs, smoke song dogs, light dogs, and star hounds. Green hua dog, covered in green scales, handsome and extraordinary. Smoke song dog, emitting smoke from its nose and mouth, arrogant and untamed. Light dog, covered in white fur, bright and gentle. Starhound, tall and slender, proud and outstanding. How is this possible? Wu Shintong shouted. Green hua, smoke song, light hung, starhung, heavy tie, they each have their own merits. They are also known as the 5 great mountain dogs. They can form a vast army formation. How did he gather so many dog beasts? What made Wu Shintong even more in disbelief was that not only did the other party have a large number of 5 great mountain dogs, they even had a dog king among them. Who is he? How can he have so many dog beasts? Unbelievable! Is this an illusion? The dog beasts were still surging out in large numbers. Wu Shintong's spirit was greatly impacted. His battle strength, compared to the other party, was like a baby under a giant's foot. They could not be compared at all. Wu Shintong no longer had any battle intent. There was no chance of winning this battle. The other party only needed to wave his hand and the dog groups would attack. No matter how good his commanding skills were, it would all be useless. The difference in military strength between the two sides could no longer be made up for with skills. Who is he? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master come to San Cha Mountain? Impossible! Even if he is a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, how can he have such a large dog group? I must see who the other party is. Wu Shintong tightly held the safety token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a person's figure gradually appeared. He is finally showing his true face? Wu Shintong's forehead was covered in sweat as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Swoosh! At this time, with a soft sound, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Wu Shintong sensed the abnormality but did not have time to turn around. Fan Yuan placed his hand on his head and squeezed. Bam! His head was crushed. He was also dead. On the other side of the fog, Bai Ningbing slowly walked out. How many more rounds are left? She looked at Fan Yuan and yawned with a drowsy expression. Chapter 392. Others had to rack their brains and scheme to pass the rounds. Like Wu Shintong and Wu Gui, they also had to plan and choose carefully. But for Bai Ningbing, because of the land spirit's help, she only needed to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shintong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gu master, did not even get to see Bai Ningbing. As for Fan Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all, because of the land spirit's reminder. In fact, this was a cooperation between two people. Fan Yuan needed Wu Shintong's aperture, while Bai Ningbing needed his enslavement path Gu worms, as well as these dog groups that Wu Shintong had accumulated. With Wu Shintong's death, his dog group was naturally taken in by Bai Ningbing, causing the huge dog group to increase by another 10%. Seeing this vast dog group, Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Your dog group has already taken shape. In this King Quan inheritance, it has already formed a crushing momentum. It is not difficult to get to the last round. Remember, in the last few rounds there is a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are mutated beasts. Their battle strength is even higher than the 5 great hounds. They were King Quan's trump card back then. Besides them, there are 2 dog kings, ancient mutated beasts that are even stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Back then, the left and right arms of King Quan were comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. You must subdue them all. Bai Ningbing nodded, bidding farewell to Fan Yuan and continuing to pass the rounds. It seems you are indeed a person from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to return to the past. You really know the 3 kings' inheritance like the back of your hand. The land spirit transmitted, praising. I have to remind you, the immortal essence you have is almost used up. It is only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan to kill next? Fan Yuan nodded, saying without hesitation. Of course, Zhang San. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude, shining like jade. Compared to its previous mud-like state, it was completely different. After killing 2 more rank 4, it would definitely reach 90% aptitude. The second aperture's aptitude cannot be higher than a Gu master's first aperture. Fan Yuan's first aperture was 90% a grade. Therefore, the current limit of the second aperture was a grade 90%. Even if it accumulated to 99% and was used on Fan Yuan's body, it was only 90%. The remaining 9 points would all be wasted. Of course, if Fan Yuan improved his first aperture's aptitude in the future, his second aperture would also have more room to improve. Zhang San was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He was a level lower than Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. But in Fan Yuan's opinion, however, he was the most threatening opponent. Because he was an enslavement path Gu master on Sancha Mountain, second only to Wu Shintong and Wu Gui. Fan Yuan had his own plans. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path cultivator after all, she is a complete newbie in commanding dogs. In the future, when she commanded so many dogs, she would definitely be flustered. It would be commendable if she didn't make any mistakes. But fortunately, I don't need her to command the dogs to run and attack. I just need her to form a military formation, guard the hall, and wait for the next move. This way, it could make up for Bai Ningbing's lack of commanding ability. But the military formation was extremely inflexible. It would be terrible if they met Gu master experts proficient in enslavement path. For example, Wu Shintong and Wu Gui only needed to command a small group of dogs. With a few charges, they would be able to probe out the entire situation. With a few troops, they would be able to cause chaos in the military formation and create a loophole in the defense. During the crucial period of Gu refinement, Fan Yuan would need to focus all his attention on the Gu refinement. The land spirit would also be extremely weak, and could only rely on the dogs to defend. Thus, Fan Yuan naturally had to first eliminate the few most threatening enslavement path Gu masters. After a while, Fan Yuan killed Zhang San very smoothly. Even the likes of Wu Gui and Wu Shintong. They were all killed by Fan Yuan, so Zhang San naturally could not escape his demonic claws. But after his death, he gave Fan Yuan a pleasant surprise. From Zhang San's aperture, Fan Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Once this Gu was planted, it could control the Gu Master. Rank 5 Slavery Gu could control a rank 5 Gu Master for its own use. It was extremely rare and precious. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue clan's 4th generation clan leader fought with the Flower Wine Monk. After losing, he begged for mercy, saying he was willing to plant the Slavery Gu and listen to the Flower Wine Monk's orders. Finally, the Flower Wine Monk was deceived by these words, and due to his carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qingmao Mountain. Famous Gu masters really cannot be underestimated. This Zhang San is an enslavement path Gu master. It is not strange for him to have a slavery Gu. The reason why he did not use it was because he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to get a rank 5 expert. After all, it is a rank 5 slavery Gu. If he used it on a rank 4 Gu master, it would be a loss. Fan Yuan thought for a while and guessed Zhang San's thoughts. Looking at the beast placenta Gu, its aptitude was close to 90%. He only needed to kill one more person. Of course, the immortal essence he had was used up, so Fan Yuan could only kill one more person. With this slavery Gu, I can control one more person. If I knew Zhang San had such a Gu, I would have killed him first, and used the slavery Gu to subdue a rank 5 Gu master. Fan Yuan felt regret. If he could use this Gu to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be very beneficial to his Gu refinement. Even if it was not Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui Kumo, Wu Lan Shan and Chou Jiu were all very good targets. But now, these Gu masters were dead, and Fan Yuan could only subdue a rank 4 expert at most, but he used a rank 5 Gu. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was definitely a waste. But even though the rank 5 slavery Gu was extremely rare, Fan Yuan still had to use it. He took a huge risk in refining the second aperture Gu, and with a second rank 4 Gu master by his side, it was undoubtedly safer. But in the Blessed Land, there were so many rank 4 Gu masters. Who should Fan Yuan subdue? Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong, as well as Li Fei Le, Tao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yan Jun, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Ruanan and the others. Some were strong, some were crafty, some were sinister, some were brave, some were good at attacking, some were good at movement, some were good at healing, some were rich, some had wide connections. Every choice would have consequences in the future. Lightning flashed in Fan Yuan's mind, and after thinking for a long time, he made his choice. It will be him. Land Spirit, teleport me over. Fan Yuan made his decision without any hesitation. After 5 minutes, Feng Tianyu knelt at Fan Yuan's feet, saying with heartfelt admiration, "Subordinate Feng Tianyu greets Master." Feng Tianyu, you refined a rank 5 Gu at rank 3 realm. Although this rank 5 Gu only existed for half a day before dying, you became famous for a while because of it. Now things remain the same, but people have changed, your clan has declined, you are no longer that glorious young clan leader. Fan Yuan looked down at Feng Tianyu, speaking plainly. Feng Tianyu cowed out. Subordinate can acknowledge Lord as master. It is subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you can understand this point. Next, follow my instructions and continue to pass the rounds. In King Xian Inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu, bring it to me. Fan Yuan instructed. Yes. Subordinate will do my best to share master's burden, Feng Tianyu quickly said. Under the enslavement Gu's effect, he became Fan Yuan's loyal servant. Fan Yuan was at ease with Feng Tianyu. Not only was he a famous and talented refinement path master in southern border, he was also the biggest beneficiary of King Xian inheritance in his previous life. In Fan Yuan's memories, he was the one who obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu. Now Fan Yuan had been reborn. Not only did he want undefeated 100 battles Gu, he also wanted to recruit its original owner. Right now, Feng Tianyu has the land spirit's guidance. It is not a problem for him to pass King Xian inheritance. This way, I have already obtained 2 of the 3 kings' inheritances. But this was not Fan Yuan's main goal. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his talent in refinement path. This was Fan Yuan's first time refining the second aperture Gu after all. With such a refinement path master assisting him, it would be a huge help to him. It would be a huge help to Fan Yuan's Gu refinement. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Fan Yuan began to consider killing the last person. Who? The first person Fan Yuan thought of was not the strongest Yihua, nor the most influential Hu Mei'er and Tao Zi, but Tai Ruonan. Like Tai Mu Bai, Fan Yuan also thought highly of Tai Ruonan's future. Such a genius had been tempered by hardship. If she matured, she would be a huge threat. She would be even more terrifying than Yihua and the rest. But the problem was, in the current situation, the threat that Tai Ruonan brought to Fan Yuan was far lower than Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. Regarding the matter of refining second aperture Gu, Fan Yuan killing Yihua was definitely more helpful than killing Tai Ruonan. Should he choose to be safe and kill Yihua, or plan for the long term and eliminate Tai Ruonan first? Fan Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good, something unexpected has happened. What is it? Fan Yuan was shocked. The land spirit's tone was suppressed, concealing a trace of panic. A rank 4 Gu master has found a weak area in the blessed land. That place was once heavily damaged by the earthly calamity. The heavenly suppression is at its weakest and can already allow a Gu master to use a Gu worm. Right now, he is using a rank 5 Gu to poison the heaven and earth. In just 7 minutes, he will be able to connect to the outside world and create a hole in the blessed land, the land spirit said. Fan Yuan immediately felt the severity of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal and had once possessed a blessed land. He naturally knew the severity of this matter. If there was a hole in the blessed land that could connect to the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would increase exponentially. If it was not repaired in time, the hole would become bigger and bigger, eventually causing the winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have taken the initiative to cut off and abandon most of the holes in the blessed land. There were only 3 places that were crucial and couldn't be given up. To think that this person's luck is so good, he actually found one of them and even noticed it. Take a look at the exact situation. The land spirit sighed. A scene appeared in front of Fan Yuan's eyes. The Gu master in the scene wore a navy blue robe, his face was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now, he was activating his only rank 5 poison Gu, Jade Sky. The ground and sky around him were all dyed green. It had once dyed the sky blue. Jade Sky Gu, Long Qing Tian's core trump card, a Gu worm that existed since the immemorial era. It was basically extinct now. Long Qing Tian relied on this Gu to roam the southern border and poison many people to death. He was infamous. Chapter 393. To think that my luck is so good, to be able to find such a weak area. Long Qing Tian's gaze flickered, showing obvious excitement. Although there were only 100 stages in the 3 Kings' inheritance, there were countless choices in each stage. It was like a giant tree with lush branches that reached the sky. Being able to reach this place was even rarer than 1 in 10,000. He was extremely lucky. The suppression of heaven and earth here is very weak. It actually forced me to use a Gu. Haha, I will first use Jade Sky Gu to poison this blessed land. This way, I can connect to the outside world and form a passage. Once the passage is formed, I will be able to activate Gu worms in the vicinity. I will no longer need to follow the rules of 3 Kings. Next, I will use this as a base to radiate and reap huge benefits. Who is it? Long Qing Tian sensed something and turned around, seeing a person appearing far away. Little Beast King Fangxing? Long Qing Tian squinted, sensing Fan Yuan's intentions. Fan Yuan did not reply. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out like lightning. Long Qing Tian snorted, quickly activating his defensive Gu worm. His surroundings were filled with green Jade Sky Gu poison. It had already invaded a large area. Fan Yuan did not have detoxification methods. He did not dare to touch the Gu poison. He could only engage in long-range combat. Right now, Fan Yuan only had mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank for all-out effort Gu. Thus, he could not use it casually. But fortunately, he had killed so many Gu master experts and obtained many Gu worms, he could use them in long-range combat. After a few rounds, Long Qing Tian was defeated by Fan Yuan. Long Qing Tian could only activate one Gu worm at a time. But Fan Yuan had the land spirit's help, he could use them at will. The difference in battle strength between the two was huge. Although he won, Fan Yuan's expression was unsightly. Long Qing Tian's corpse. It was a pale green color, it was obviously corroded by the Jade Sky Gu poison. This famous expert of the demonic path, before dying, gave a sinister smile towards Fan Yuan, brazenly using the Jade Sky Gu to poison himself to death. Fan Yuan did not kill Long Qing Tian. Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, he committed suicide. As expected of a demon, Fan Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The Jade Sky Gu was a rare poison of the Great Gu and was already extinct. In the present southern border, perhaps only the 4 great physicians would be able to treat him. If Fan Yuan wanted to take the Gu and swallow it, he would have to come into contact with the Gu poison. If one was poisoned by the Jade Sky Gu, in less than 2 hours, their entire body would turn into a green light and dissipate. Very few Gu masters were poisoned by the Jade Sky Gu. Those who could survive. The Wu clan's Wu Shintong was already considered an extremely lucky case. Even if Fan Yuan risked being poisoned, he might not be able to obtain the Gu worm. The suppression here was weak. Long Qing Tian could detonate his Gu worms one by one. The risks and benefits were so disproportionate that Fan Yuan naturally wouldn't take the risk. But in this way, the last portion of the celestial essence budget was spent on Long Qing Tian. The aptitude of beast placenta Gu. I can only stop at 89%. Fan Yuan was filled with regret. In the end, after so much effort, he still didn't reach the 90% that he expected. I am still too weak. Such a scheming matter? I can only do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Long Qingtian's sudden incident caught Fan Yuan off guard. Fan Yuan was a human after all, not a god. He couldn't predict this change. Although he had his previous life's memories, he tried to recall them clearly. But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth, he had changed many things. Whether Long Qingtian's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta Gu, what's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the Jade Sky Gu. Sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then, this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Fan Yuan looked at this world, the green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the blessed land. This also meant that the land's spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger blessed land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this blessed land is too old, it lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine Gu, I need to hurry. At this point, Fan Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine Gu, racing against time. Time passed day by day. The pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Fan Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, although there were many inevitable failures in the Gu refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Fan Yuan was moving towards success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. At the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Dang Hun Mountain, Fan Jin climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that Crane Gates Fan Jin. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Fan Jin. Looking at Fan Jin's climbing figure, Fairy Bai Xia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wuxiang, who had enmity towards Fang Jing, had to admit that Fang Jing had a high chance of winning. Fang Jing used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenshuru, he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually, only 3 people were left above him: Xiao Qi Xing, Ying Xingji, and Feng Kim Hong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Wei Gu. He Fengyang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu Immortal transmitted. Crane Gate's speed is quite fast, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane Gate is only 4th currently. There is a clear gap between him and the top 3. Now, let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Fan Yuan controlled the profound light. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke. Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow. Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling profound light. Fan Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again. Take 30 snowball goo. 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Fan Yuan carefully received this stone and let out a long sigh of relief. This goo refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long. In another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then, all of Fan Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted. He would have to start from scratch again. Gu refinement is difficult. It requires a strength path Gu master, and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times. It was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy. He was too tired. The second aperture Gu was rank 6. Refining an immortal Gu was naturally not simple. Fan Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance, with messy hair, pale face, dark-eyed bags, and extremely haggard. Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left? He asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Fan Yuan killed Long Qing Tian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Fan Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more Gu masters came to explore the blessed land. Among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left, but the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what date is it today? Fan Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan. The final step of refining the second aperture Gu will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month. This day in history, isn't it the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Fan Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background. After inheriting Hu Immortal Blessed Land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a Gu Immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Fan Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent, becoming a Gu Immortal and establishing the Bloodwing Demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Fan Yuan allied with several demonic path Gu Immortals and attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to central continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture Gu cannot compare to him. Fan Yuan sighed. His previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Fan Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive, and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. Chapter 394. October 20th. In the hall, red light flickered and shone on the surroundings. More than half of the sculptures on the bronze bricks had already disappeared. Fan Yuan's face was pale and haggard. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirits sent bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the Gu Master Blessed Land. Fan Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person. So it is Shao Tribe Xiao Mang. He has rank 5 Extreme Light Gu and is a light path expert. In my previous life, his figure could be seen on Sancha Mountain. He finally came. The land spirit breathed in. Extreme Light Gu? This means this Xiao Mang can activate the light of glory of the immemorial era. This is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. There were 9 heavens in the immemorial era: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread warmth to all living beings. But now, the 7 heavens were no longer red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. Only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer had the glory of the immemorial era. It was extremely weak and could only pierce through white heaven. Once the rank 5 Extreme Light Gu was activated, it could burst out with the light of the blazing sun of the immemorial era. This light had no offensive power, but it could pass through all barriers and shine to the ends of the world. That is to say, this blessed land could not block the light of the immemorial era. Fan Yuan sneered. Bagui, relax. His Extreme Light Gu was obtained from robbing a tomb. It is only a damaged Gu. Every month, it can only be activated 3 times. After 3 times, it will self-destruct. The land spirit heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm getting weaker and weaker these days. At the final juncture, you still have to rely on yourself. Hee. I like to rely on myself. Fan Yuan replied and did not speak anymore, continuing to refine Gu. October 22nd. Guh. Oh no, I failed again. Fan Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and supported himself with his hands on the ground. He felt the world spinning around him. His eyes were seeing stars and his ears were buzzing. His chest was so stuffy that he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this terrible feeling was slightly alleviated. Fan Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly sat down. If the Gu refinement fails, there will be a backlash. I've already failed this step 3 times. It's not that my skills aren't good. I've done my best, but this step requires luck. I'm betting on that 1 in 10 chance of success. Sigh. There's no more time. Fan Yuan's face was pale. He endured the pain of the backlash and began the 4th round of sprinting. At this moment, there were less than 4 portions of celestial core power left in the copper cauldron. October 23rd. Fan Yuan stopped and looked at the Gu worm in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. This Gu was a beetle with a big belly and a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or tentacles. Its shape was blurry like a rough carving. It was lifeless like a gray stone. The land spirit, however, said happily, "Young man, I didn't misjudge you. You've refined this fake goo. You're only one step away from turning fake into real goo and refining the real second aperture goo." "That's right, I'm only one step away." Fan Yuan's tone was complicated. It was relaxed but also heavy. Refining this second aperture goo was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and countless failures. Fan Yuan almost did not sleep or rest, but he finally reached this step. His previous efforts were not in vain. Thus he was relaxed. But this last step was the most crucial. It was a qualitative change and required the use of the immortal goo divine travel goo. Although Fan Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada, he had never used an immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. Thus, this last step was also the one he had the least confidence in. Thus, his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless, travel the wilderness, add 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods are 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. This last step, I need to use lifespan goo, divine travel goo and 2/3 watch goo. Fan Yuan pondered in his heart. He could understand the previous steps and could even modify them. But at this point, he only understood 30% of the true meaning. "Land spirit, what changes are there in the blessed land?" Fan Yuan asked. 2 groups of people have arrived, dozens of rank 3 goo masters, each led by a rank 4 goo master. They are very imposing. The land spirit showed the scene to Fan Yuan. "So it is Che tribe and Zhui tribe. TSK, the 2 tribe leaders and most of the elders have come." Fan Yuan took a look and recognized the situation. The whole of Sancha Mountain was located between Zhui tribe's Cold Tremor Mountain and Che tribe's Fei Lai Mountain. These 2 tribes had been expanding and had been competing in Sancha Mountain in recent years, having the intention to invade. But the eruption of the 3 kings' inheritance completely messed up the plans of these 2 tribes. The whole of southern border had 100,000 famed mountains and countless nameless mountains. There were also ferocious beasts and wild goo worms everywhere. The environment was dangerous and difficult to travel. Other forces could only send their elites here. But these 2 tribes were in a favorable position and had been restraining themselves. Now that they sensed the abnormality of the inheritance, they finally sent a large group here. To Fan Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone would definitely attack the center of the blessed land, which was this main hall. These Che tribe and Zhui tribe people were Fan Yuan's enemies. Other than them, there will also be Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Ihua, Kong Ri Tian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will need to refine goo and can only rely on land spirit, by Ning Bing and Feng Tianyu to defend against the enemies. The situation is dangerous, but it's only external. The final step, I need to use 2/3 watch goo consecutively, which will cause my body's time to flow 9 times faster. To spring-autumn cicada, it is a great tonic. At that time, the pressure will rise sharply and my aperture will be in danger. This is the internal cause. With internal and external pressure, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already worked so hard and am just 1 step away from reaching the peak. If I don't take a gamble, I won't be satisfied. If I succeed, I will have a second aperture. With further nurturing, when I reach rank 6, I won't be too far behind Feng Kim Hong. In Fan Yuan's rebirth plan, Qing Mao Mountain was only the starting point, Shang Clan City was only a platform, and second aperture goo was only a stepping stone. But it was because of these accumulations that he could charge towards a higher level. Next, there will be many fortuitous encounters. Without a certain level of cultivation and strength, one would not have the qualifications to participate. All living beings, survival of the fittest, I can't give in to these fortuitous encounters, and I have to seize every second. This is truly worthy of my rebirth body. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh and began to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th. Fan Yuan woke up from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes. I haven't slept so well for so many days. The great battle is coming up. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, two people were already standing under the guidance of the land spirit. Master! Feng Tianyu saw Fan Yuan and immediately knelt on the ground, offering a gu worm. This gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles gu. This subordinate did not disappoint you. I have already passed 100 rounds and obtained King Xian's inheritance, subduing these hairy men. Feng Tianyu said. Beside him stood hundreds of hairy men, each of them had thick hair and were standing silently. Good. Fan Yuan nodded, lightly praising. He was not surprised. These hairy men had a nature, they liked to follow people who were better at gu refinement than themselves. Feng Tianyu had passed 100 rounds. It was not strange for him to have these followers. Fan Yuan walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the Grand Bronze Hall, her gaze revealing a trace of understanding. It seems that this is the Blessed Land's central area. Saying so, her gaze moved towards Fan Yuan. You better remember your promise. Fan Yuan smiled. Don't worry. He looked behind Bai Ningbing. There were close to 100,000 dog beasts. Some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Bai Ningbing's control was too weak. If it were Zhang San, Wu Gui, or Wu Shintong, they would be able to make these dog beasts line up tightly and remain motionless like an army. But Bai Ningbing was forced to do something beyond her abilities. She did not have any enslavement path training. It was not easy for her to do this. In fact, Bai Ningbing's mind was in a daze, her movements were erratic, she had a feeling that her soul was heavy and her body was like a marionette. It was truly difficult for her to control so many dog beasts at once. Now listen to my arrangements and set up the defenses. No matter what the enemy is, do not attack. Remember this, remember this. Fan Yuan instructed. Since it is your arrangement, success or failure has nothing to do with me. Bai Ningbing said coldly. Regardless of success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Fan Yuan guaranteed with a smile. You better keep your word. Two light pillars disappeared. This means that King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were taken away. Early in the morning on Sancha Mountain, the Gu masters were incomparably shocked. There was a commotion. The opening of the inheritance this time is very strange. It has lasted until today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate rapidly. Someone was already suspicious. But compared to this, more people were concerned about the inheritance's whereabouts. Just which two lucky fellows have inherited the legacy? I think King Xian's inheritance should be obtained by Lord Tai Mu Bai. Ever since he entered, he has not come out. King Quan's inheritance should be Wu Gui. No, it should be my tribe's Lord Wu Shintong. The way I see it, my demonic path's beast enslavement master Zhang San also has a chance of winning. After everyone argued for a while, someone finally found something strange. Strange, the few rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance have not come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were both obtained, but why haven't the others come out? They are trapped in the blessed land. This blessed land is close to collapse. Not long later, the entrance will open and we can enter and exit at will. A loud voice resounded. It is Lord Xiaomeng. Immediately, a righteous Gu master recognized the speaker. This Xiaomeng came to Sancha Mountain but did not enter the inheritance. What is he trying to do? The demonic Gu masters muttered in their hearts. Xiaomeng's arrival suppressed the demonic path's arrogance. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Xiaomeng laughed arrogantly. Next, I will use extreme light Gu to open the entrance of the blessed land for all of you. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide in anger as he activated his primeval essence and raised his fist. Extreme light Gu! Providence Gu! Empty fist Gu! Killer move, immemorial light fist! 3 Gu activated together, and the whole sky turned dark. Everyone watched in shock as a fist made of light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and suddenly disappeared, striking somewhere in the darkness. Extreme light goo did not have any attack power, but when combined with the other two goo, it formed an incomparably powerful attack. Rumble. Chapter 395. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, there was only one light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze, like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiaomeng punching a hole in the blessed land. For a moment, Sancha Mountain was silent. Some goo masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiaomeng snorted in his heart, and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A goo master immediately ran out from the crowd. Lord Xiaomeng is invincible, forcefully punching a hole in the blessed land. This way, we are no longer restricted by the three kings' inheritance and can all enter. After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd, and with a few leaps, he passed through the hole and entered the blessed land. He activated his goo worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3. Near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 goo worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use goo worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the blessed land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This goo master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the blessed land, successfully returning to Sancha Mountain. Ha! He laughed loudly and cupped his fists towards Xiaomeng. Thank you, Lord, for making an exception. Xiaomeng chuckled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiaomeng's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiaomeng is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 goo masters on Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiaomeng can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path, so benevolent. Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiaomeng's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of goo masters rushed into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots, Xiaomeng said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart he was sneering. Compared to time Wu Bai and Wu Gui, the time I came to Sancha Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Xian had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it! I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, but these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Humph! Isn't it better for him to die? That way, I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to Sancha Mountain, but it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the blessed land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this blessed land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. The suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can use my goo worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xian are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. All right, that's about it. Fan Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hall was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully, there were many dog beasts, and with their numbers, they could slightly make up for it. In the past 2 hours, Fan Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ningbing, as well as instructing her on how to deal with any situation that arises. Bam! Right at this time, the whole heaven and earth shook, and the bronze hall shook, causing dust to fall. Not good, that Xiaomeng used extreme light goo and pierced a hole in the blessed land, forming a passage. Large numbers of goo masters are rushing in, killing each other and fighting for the treasures. The scene is in chaos. The land's spirit transmitted. Fan Yuan chuckled, but did not panic. In his previous life's memories, there was such a scene. Xiao Meng's arrival meant that this had happened. Chaos is good, Xiao Meng wants to obtain victory in the chaos, but I also want this chaotic situation to help me stall for time. Fan Yuan's black eyes shined with eerie light. Eh? Among these people, there's a rank 5 Gu master. This young man is amazing, he actually blocked my senses earlier. Only when he attacked did I discover something amiss, the land spirit suddenly said. Fan Yuan frowned. This situation was out of his expectations. Who is it? An image appeared in front of him, showing a young man with waist-length black hair and a pair of deep purple pupils. A pair of thick black eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows were raised high, branching into a few branches, like a wild flame burning. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring, with a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth, like an evil dragon descending into the world. Mo Wu Tian! Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated, recognizing him. This person was a demonic genius, inheriting an ancient inheritance, and was a soul path Gu master. Be it fame or strength, Fan Yuan could not compare to him. In his memories, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Mo Wu Tian had killed several rank 5 righteous Gu masters. His reputation was infamous, and his demonic flame soared to the sky. In the end, the demonic side was defeated, and Mo Wu Tian broke out of the encirclement, leaving with no one able to stop him. In my previous life, Mo Wu Tian did not come to Sancha Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already reached this level of people? Just as Fan Yuan was in deep thought, Mo Wu Tian seemed to sense someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked at Fan Yuan. So that's the direction, he muttered softly as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Not good, he seems to have sensed something and is charging towards the hall, the land spirit warned. Fan Yuan's eyes squinted, and Mo Wu Tian was actually targeting him with intense hostility. What was his motive, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for a while, Tai Mu Bai and the others have not appeared yet, it will arouse the suspicions of others. There is not much time left, I need to refine the Gu now. Land spirit, raise your fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the hall and assist me in refining the Gu. Time was pressing, Fan Yuan shouted and led Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic. Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty. Most of the materials and Gu worms had been used up during the Gu refinement. Only a few carvings were left. Fan Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tianyu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, being able to refine immortal Gu was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Fan Yuan took out the fake second aperture Gu and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire. Only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake Gu in the second aperture. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time! Fan Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture Gu belong to Fan Yuan. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Fan Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using goo worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless, roam the wilderness, at the third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn, next it is lifespan goo. Ba gui! Fan Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Fan Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan goo. These lifespan goo were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan goo, like a green snake coiling in a circle. It could increase a goo master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It could increase a goo master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these 2 goo was self-evident. Feng Tianyu saw this and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Fan Yuan first threw the 300 years lifespan goo into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan goo and immediately surged like boiling water. At this moment, the cloud seemed to have turned into a green-scaled snake, slithering and trying to escape from Fan Yuan's control. Fan Yuan jumped in shock. He was caught unprepared and almost let the green snake escape. When he reacted, it seemed that the green snake had already mostly escaped from his hand. Only its tail was left. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open and red. He poured all his attention into the cloud without holding back, using all his strength to firmly hold on to it, not letting it escape. Chapter 396. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Fan Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle, there was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time, as well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise, he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan goo and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now, the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring described in the recipe. That mysterious goo immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step, otherwise, why would he not make any annotations? Fan Yuan came back to his senses, thinking. Next, I need to use the 500 years lifespan goo. But there is no rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit. Ba gui, show me the scene of that poisonous land. Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qing Tian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qing Tian's jade sky goo poison. This goo originated from the immemorial era. Its poison was extremely strong, even Fan Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time, 2 goo masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. This place is strange, why is it so green? Look, that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian. They rushed here, and unexpectedly found Long Qing Tian's corpse. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demon. He was actually killed. Let's go take a look, there might be something good on his corpse. The 2 were excited, running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death. Fan Yuan sneered. Sure enough, The two of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiao Meng. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. Fan Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed. The land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining goo. Fan Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan goo and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Fan Yuan's control. But this time, Fan Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time, the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Fan Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The two's minds worked together to suppress the clouds' change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the goo. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hall would have shaken, interfering with the goo refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Fan Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready, and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new goo. It fell down. Fan Yuan held it in his hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture goo could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. But this new goo could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture goo had already formed an embryo, and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force, to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal. And this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel goo. Next, I need to use the immortal goo to refine the immortal goo. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire goo refinement process. At this moment, outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. This dog is mine! As long as you obediently hand over the goo worm, I will spare your life. Kill all these eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources! All kinds of looting and fighting, goo masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange! Why have we not seen Lord Tai Mu Bai after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shentong, where did he go? Wu clan's goo masters, Tai clan's goo masters, and others all sensed something amiss. Search, continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak, it is enough to mobilize most of the goo worms. The situation is in chaos now, there is killing everywhere, and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land, there is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal goo. A pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. His brows slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight, he alone could not break through this defense, he needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei-er. Hu Mei-er's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian, she smiled brightly. "Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too! This Three Kings' inheritance has little meat but more wolves. I am afraid you will be disappointed." You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei-er looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. "This is great, you have rank 5 battle strength, you are suitable to take this riches. These green egg men are numerous, they have already built a castle, I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside, as long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future." Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao Wang Ba Dan had 8 Eggman empresses, and countless Eggmen were produced daily. King Xian Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has the secret reporting Gu and undefeated 100 battles Gu. Beside Dog King Wang Er, there are 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Bao Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Mei-er's smile froze. To think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Mei-er's eyes. "I will tell you now, this blessed land spirit is not dead, there is a Gu immortal's inheritance in the deepest part." "What?" Hu Mei-er was shocked. "But there is dense fog there are close to 100,000 dog groups. To charge into the central area sacred hall, just the 2 of us are not enough." Mo Wu Tian smiled deeply. Hu Mei-er was an astute woman, she immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed. Isn't it easy to get people?" Hu Mei-er was a decisive person, she immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path Gu masters with Mo Wu Tian. Using Hu Mei-er's network, Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path Gu masters. Adding on the news of the Gu immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Chang and other experts also gathered. When Mo Wu Tian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. "They are finally here." Bai Ningbing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision, but because of the land spirit's support, Bai Ningbing's vision was clear. She naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, before saying, "Li Chang, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat, move to the left, there will be Chrysanthemum Akita dogs pincer attack. Defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Hu Mei-er, send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses, charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path, lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries, directly charge in, there will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might. If you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Mo Wu Tian?" Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. "Of course I will stay in the center. Why, are you worried?" Mo Wu Tian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Mo Wu Tian, how did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, killing intent surged in his chest. It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter, otherwise, how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path. He is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold. He could only accept the order. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these Gu masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs. Most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss. Over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave, we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were too many of them, we could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Mei-er's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered Gu masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while, he spoke. I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them. It is not a dead formation, but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick. I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this. Only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time, they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough, and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was either too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now, you should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh? You want an explanation? Hee hee. Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You! Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. After a while, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The demonic path Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian didn't even move, he just stared and killed him. You want an explanation, I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. He, Bao Tong is satisfied. Are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wu Tian killed people while talking. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid. They started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave? Too late. Hu Meier and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wu Tian had just advanced to rank 5. His battle strength might not be rank 5, but to think that Mo Wu Tian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Gui and the rest. How old was he? The number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title. After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wu Tian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here, you guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Hu Meier and Li Chang also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The 3 of them took all of Bao Tong's wealth, gaining a lot. The resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange, it was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their Gu worms. Mo Wu Tian was a soul path Gu master. The strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Bao Tong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, asking. Since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There is a high chance that the Gu Immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in? He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Bao Tong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wu Tian. Speaking of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, Hu Meier and Li Chang's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wu Tian looked at the people around him. They were all injured, their faces were haggard, they were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, "What a motley crew." It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Gu masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This? Hu Meier hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered. Time is pressing. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in? Young master is right, Hu Meier quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Fan Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ningbing would be out of ideas. Ha ha ha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Mang laughed loudly. Right now, he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him, there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom, boom, boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiao Mang stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiao Mang gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time, a goo master came to report. Get out! Who let you in? King Bao's inheritance. I want to open it alone. Eh? What did you say? Xiao Mang scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. You said there is a Gu immortal inheritance hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone? Yes. This news has already spread, countless Gu masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master? The subordinate quickly said. Humph, don't call me second young master. I hate this title. Xiao Meng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wan Ba Dan was only a rank 5 Gu master. Although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiao Meng. How could his inheritance compare to a Gu immortal's inheritance? Go, let's go! Xiao Meng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still Gu masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Hu Mei'er looked not far away, full of worry. Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path Gu masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure. No rush, no rush. The fog is thick, the dog formation is as firm as an iron wall. What can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly, but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. The righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path Gu masters were used to roaming alone. Although he, Mo Wu Tian, had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader. He could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Le, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together could he take advantage of the situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, in the hall, the Gu refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel Gu collided. Rumble! Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu's vision darkened, as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity! Roam the wilderness! Open for me! Fan Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate Divine Travel Gu. Divine Travel Gu was an immortal Gu. How could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, Divine Travel Gu turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Chapter 398. Xiao Meng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the righteous path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of Gu masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure, this is an immortal treasure! Xiao Meng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart. Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks. Xiao Meng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them. Even though the benefits were huge, these righteous Gu masters could not help but hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards! Xiao Meng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence. Other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there's an enslavement path Gu master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the Gu master casualties will decrease sharply and we can definitely regroup. Xiao Meng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path Gu masters became obvious. Where did Wu clan's Wu Shintong go? With Wu Shintong's help, We can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall, Xiao Meng asked. But the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shintong was nowhere to be seen, even Wu Clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook. Not just Wu Shintong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang San San have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them? Xiao Meng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn this fog, so annoying! Too bad Wanli Xiongfeng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. Wan Clan's Gu Master sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiao Meng, there is no progress in the situation. There are still demonic Gu Masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing Gu Master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiao Meng. These demonic bastards! Xiao Meng glanced at the Diabolism camp in the distance, and became even more annoyed. Looks like I have to make a move. He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. All of you step back. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiao Meng, highlighting his existence. Xiao Meng stood still. Slowly closing his eyes, he poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiao Meng suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 Gu worms. Extreme Light Gu, Self-Will Gu, Bright Spear Gu, Killing Move, Glory of My Spear. Xiao Meng's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiao Meng was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiao Meng, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom! A ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Mo Wu Tian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light, there was a shockwave. The shockwave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff, puff! In the hall, Fan Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining Gu, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 Gu Master? Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive Gu would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 Gu Master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power, if it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain, but fortunately, Fan Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss, so many dog beasts! Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic Gu Masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when the fog was thick, they could not see it. But now, the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, een dogs. Someone counted, each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings! Someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the dog king's ferocity. Other than a few chrysanthemum akita dogs, these dog kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and dog kings are not much of a threat. But there are heavy Thai, green flower, smoke song, light hing and star hing, these 5 great mountain dog groups. The Gu masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the bronze hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils shined. The more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the bronze hall. The hall was simple and grand, the patterns and structure were emitting a dense ancient aura. That is the bronze hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed. As long as we get past the dog group, we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there. Everyone's gazes gradually became heated. The target was right in front of them. It stimulated their greed. It is time. It's time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire, burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiaomeng, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian moved like a phantom. Taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng snorted. When he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wu Tian's rejection, and worried about himself, a righteous path rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path. It would be used against him and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wu Tian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiaomeng wanted. Humph. Xiaomeng snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He looked at Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiaomeng's meaning. He was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy, but he said, then after a moment, we will attack from the front and back. Xiaomeng nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered. He turned around and said to everyone, I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiaomeng. I want to spar with him. Next, we will split into 2 and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the bronze hall first. Xiaomeng announced, demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable. They actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment, they will attack. We will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Ha! Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path Gu masters were mobilized, shouting, Lord Xiaomeng is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path Gu masters were roused. Kill. After a moment, the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from 2 different directions. Bai Ningbing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared, ice and fire flew together, lightning flashed, the ground rumbled and green vines grew. Kill. Yi Chong took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales, the wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him, there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure. If I can snatch one or two and make a contribution, I will be able to change my surname to Shan when I return to the clan. Iwa's gaze was resolute. He turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Ichon. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ritian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered. While no one was paying attention, he used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together. I will heal him, no need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged. In the heated battlefield, Yan Jun was walking calmly, his steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yan Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The dog king pounced, but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yan Jun's original body. And the dog king behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the goo masters behind him. Chapter 399. Kill, charge! Damn it, why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, corpses were everywhere. Bai Ningbing hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group. Relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The goo masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hing and Star Hing, these 5 great dog breeds were even stronger. Forming a circular formation, it was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of goo masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere! Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm. The latter was heavily injured, blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment, he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang clan's mission to take Fang Yuan's head. But to think we encountered this immortal treasure, sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank 4 goo master Xiao Fu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang clan, thus they were prepared to deal with Fang Yuan secretly. But along the way, they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the blessed land, they encountered the immortal treasure. They followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage, they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage, they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 goo masters participated in the charge. They suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 goo masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the goo masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure. It ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up, and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruinan slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruinan, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Mo Wu Tian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice. You mean? Tai Ruinan's eyes flashed. In the distance, Mo Wu Tian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path Gu master. He secretly used Gu worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the Devil Dao. Everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young master. Mo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert after all. It is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters. Our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruanan pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right, the most important thing now is little beast King Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha, to think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only SOSO. Mo Wu Tian laughed maniacally. The wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu masters charged together. The progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all. She had seen Fang Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once, and in the eyes of someone like Mo Wu Tian, she would naturally be exposed. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light. As he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time, he controlled Gu worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time, he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere, while activating his Gu worms to investigate. Enslavement Path Gu masters had strong offense. They could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement Path also had a clear flaw. Other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Mo Wu Tian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her! Mo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. He, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing. It traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good! Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Mo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Gu master, while Bai Ningbing was only rank 4. She was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully, I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked but did not panic. She willed. Go bite him, Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Mo Wu Tian. Woof! Ba Huang roared. It was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy. Their morale rose, and the Gu master's casualties increased. What a good dog emperor! Its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur, its body was majestic, its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the emperor of beasts. It could not be underestimated. With all its wild Gu, it could fight against a rank 5 Gu master. Damn it! Mo Wu Tian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief, but at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. He! Demonic Path Jr., watch me! The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 Righteous Path expert Xiao Meng. Ing Ming! Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns, like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiao Meng's intense pressure, the wild Gu on the dog emperor Ing Ming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ing Ming's forelegs as it flew up. A mere wild dog, it is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Meng sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted his underestimation and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the two rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng would get to know the Dog Emperor's background, and with ease, they could even turn around. They would directly kill her, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Fan Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Fan Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo, emitting a brilliant light, floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud, sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success. Fan Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now, he was only one step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Fan Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal. Being able to refine divine travel goo, amazing. And trusting it to you was indeed the right choice. Now, the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next, I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally. There is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit Ba Gui's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up, only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed, its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Ba Gui assisted Fan Yuan in refining goo, and also helped Bai Ningbing defend the formation, but it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Ba Gui's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Fan Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Ba Gui was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now, when the hall shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of immortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Fan Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Fan Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch goo. This is much simpler. Right, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Fan Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind. Only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Fan Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank 4 goo master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ningbing sent a warning. Fan Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Fan Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories, he did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now, there are only 2 rank 5 Gu Masters left in the Blessed Land, Xiaomeng and Mo Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 Dog Emperors. There are many rank 4 Gu Masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yan Tribe's young tribe leader Yan Jun. This child inherited the ancient Phantom Path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the Hound Beast formation. Fan Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom Path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, there would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yan Jun also shone on Etian Mountain, challenging demonic path Gu Masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Dang Hun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former Blessed Land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Fan Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up! Fan Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Fan Yuan would not have reached this stage. Ah, master! He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds, and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Fan Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path Gu Master, even if you have to sacrifice your life. Fan Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient, moreover as a refinement path master, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now, Fan Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Fan Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved, and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Fan Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the Blessed Land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Fan Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2 third watch Gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Fan Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the Gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble, he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture, and left the Blessed Land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then, he would have a backup plan. Third watch Gu go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of third watch Gu, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine Travel Gu expands space, third watch Gu condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the Gu path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Fan Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first third watch gu was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng or Yen Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next I will use the second third watch gu. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Fan Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ningbing transmitted, Fan Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruonan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you. Fan Yuan's expression changed. Right now, he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison vow gu. Fan Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless. He could only send Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Fan Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruonan. Fortunately, the gu refinement was already at its final stage. Only the second third watch gu was left. Fan Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement gu he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ningbing? She was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy. She could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fan Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruonan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first, before reacting with surprise and joy. Little Beast King, today is the day of your death. Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand, and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ningbing! The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Fan Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh! Cold wind blew, frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ningbing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good. Her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen, it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves, her silver-white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. Quickly stop her! Fan Yuan growled. I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the gu. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruonan. Tai Ruonan sneered. Her golden needles shot out like lightning. Her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured. Her battle strength was less than a tenth of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ningbing's injuries were severe. The intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruonan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ningbing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. I will kill you first! Tai Ruonan's forehead flashed. The imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh! The golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ningbing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ningbing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted, How much longer do you need? Fan Yuan's heart was pounding. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruonan's attack. Tai Ruonan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was forced to retreat. She could only dodge, struggling on the line between life and death. The situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ningbing breathed roughly. I can't hold on anymore. Fan Yuan, I am going to self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fan Yuan was shocked. Nonsense! Bai Ningbing scolded. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing returning to the northern dark eye soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the blessed land, it would still take several months. Fan Yuan was at the critical juncture of Gu refinement. He could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ningbing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. Try to hold on, unless absolutely necessary. Fan Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door. He could not observe the fight between Tai Ruonan and Tai Ruonan. But the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ningbing. It's too late. The next moment, Fan Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack, crack, the sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. What Gu is this? Tai Ruonan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind howled, the glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruonan. Tai Ruonan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen. She was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? Tai Ruonan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late. She was sealed in the ice layer, like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing! Fan Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fan Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting. The ice had already reached his body. He could only activate Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately, the yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qingmao Mountain had once again replayed itself. The ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fan Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture Gu. Immortal Gu! I finally succeeded! At this moment, Fan Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result. Swoosh! Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fan Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He looked back with difficulty. Bai Ningbing! You! Chapter 401. At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. The rank 6 second aperture Gu was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal Gu refinement was a success, but Fan Yuan's attention was not on this immortal Gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruonan slowly walked over, staring at Fan Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fan Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fan Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fan Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fan Yuan, in the end, you lost to me. Looking at Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fan Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless. You can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person. How can I become someone else's subordinate? Humph. The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables, and counterattack. But the Yanggu is in your hands. With just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your goo worms on your own, I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. That's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yanggu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yanggu. So I chose Ice Crystal Goo. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. In Shang Clan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them, there were 3 transformation Goo: Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo, and Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Goo. Snow Woman Goo was suitable for female Goo masters. As for Ice Crystal Goo, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I did not choose the Ice Crystal Goo in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Goo's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals, with the help of the Ice Explosion Goo, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? Humph, if I was not distracted during the Goo refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fan Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison vow Goo. I was thinking, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal, so what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke, recalling. But the following development made me realize that the poison vow Goo is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shang Zi, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumors still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison vow Goo does not restrict you, how should I deal with it? I know, if that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow, but you are not. I am a pawn for you to use, without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Shang Clan City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me, Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Su Shou. At that time, it was at Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xinci back to the clan, Shang Yanfei summoned Dr. Su Shou to restore Fan Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fan Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. She had a strange habit: she was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them. No matter how high the reward was, she would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation gu, and Dr. Su Shou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you are talking about, could it be Dr. Su Shou? He, as expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut! Fang Yuan cursed fiercely, but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait, there was a second time. Fang Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu fought. They were only 1 move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries and even losing her vital gu. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. Her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I lost the battle with Yan Tu on purpose. A vital gu is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time, I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place, and based on his intuition, he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament, and decided to help him escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled, once, when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by a junior brother, and used the poison vow gu, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later, to get rid of the poison vow, she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked, What method is it? Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said, Putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow gu activates, it would cause the oath-taker to die. Dr. Su Shou was a healing gu master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the gu master dies, the poison vow would be removed, and the gu master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing gu masters cannot do it even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail, you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction. Without the poison vow gu's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruan and found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fang Yuan, and not Fang Jing. At the same time, she also understood what happened on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap, using iron cabinet gu and chi turn gu to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to San Cha Mountain and make my next move, Tai Ruanan said. Back then, Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan for many days. On the surface, it was because Bai Ningbing killed the Tai clan Gu master in the inheritance, so Tai clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fan Yuan. What happened next was that Fan Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai clan group, and finally, Tai Mu Bai appeared. Tai Ruonan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and while cultivating, she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why, even though she hated Fan Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fan Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the Three Kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mu Bai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent, and hide even deeper. He used Fan Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried, and probed Fan Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruonan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruonan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fan Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai clan enslavement master Tai Bai Chi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet Gu and Chi-turn Gu to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender, that is your only way out. Tai Ruonan walked over, holding the second aperture Gu as she announced his fate. Chapter 402. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fan Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update. Bai Ningbing, what a Bai Ningbing, I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully, your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal Gu, allowing you to have your way, it was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location, and people. If I were you, refining the immortal Gu while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously. But at this point, the winner takes all, I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. You did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal Gu and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal Gu in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse. There were loopholes everywhere, and without the suppression of the heavenly force, Gu masters could freely use their Gu worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fan Yuan, all the Gu worms would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruonan and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruonan, Tai Mu Bai and the rest died in my hands. You can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal Gu back, otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fan Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruonan was expressionless, replying calmly. That's right. Immortal Gu are unique and extremely important. If I take it back, it will be a great merit. I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's Gu immortals. And the recipe of the immortal Gu refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mu Bai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through. To uphold justice, I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife. At this point, Tai Ruonan thought of the Tai clansmen who had died in Fan Yuan's hands, and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fan Yuan. As for you, Gu Fan Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal Gu with a mere mortal body. Such talent in Gu refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon-subduing pagoda. In the future you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins. Demon suppressing pagoda. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes. You make it sound really nice. You want immortal goo? Sure, let's make a deal. Fan Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fan Yuan was exhausted because of the goo refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture, the rank 4 all-out effort goo was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force. Fan Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruan came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Bai Chi who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fan Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn the situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fan Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now, he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind! The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many goo masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Chi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path goo master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mu Bai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to San Cha Mountain. Right now, Tai Bai Chi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Bai Chi did not care about his losses, and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood, and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon, the healing goo on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack, when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again! Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation where Bai Ningbing could not take care of the dog emperor, Tai Bai Chi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiao Meng was also heavily taken care of by Tai Bai Chi. This won't do, the immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiao Meng was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. Bastard, you forced me! Xiao Meng roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world, clouds were lingering, and the sky was clear. Xiao Meng flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light goo. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiao Meng was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, waves surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good! Tai Bai Chi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed, and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan who were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood, and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hall. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fan Bai and Tai. Facing Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruonan's pupils shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fan Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted, and activated his primeval essence. Warp Goo! He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Swoosh! Fan Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed, with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Bai Chi dodged in time, and stood at the edge of the pit, looking very calm. He escaped after all, he. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from Killer Ghost Doctor. Tai Ruonan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruonan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now, and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruonan smiled. Her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. Guh. An intense pain assaulted him, and Fan Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo. It could tear through space and move the goo master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled, blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the goo master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Fan Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Fan Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hall. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture goo was taken by Tai Ruonan, the control was still in Fan Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture goo single-handedly, and now with just a thought, this immortal goo would self-detonate. However, Fan Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruonan, just you wait. He. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture goo, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of yuan stones could be used instead. As for Fan Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal goo in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge. If he stored another immortal goo, Fan Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal goo was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Fan Yuan snatched the immortal goo and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s, and countless rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters. Tai Ruonan obtained the immortal goo. She will definitely become everyone's main target. I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Fan Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed Gu masters discovered Fan Yuan's movements and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's Little Beast King. He seems to have come out from the Bronze Hall. Quick, 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 stop him! He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure." The voices attracted even more people's attention. The Gu masters near Fan Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Fan Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Thai dogs. Chapter 403. Damn it! Fan Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website. Unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Thai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. "Little Beast King, where are you going? Hand over the immortal treasure!" Each home arrived in front of Fan Yuan, waves surging towards him. "Bone wings Gu!" Fan Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. "Little Beast King, you should stay." Eva waved his hand. The firebird flew towards Fan Yuan. "Golden Aurora Gu." Fan Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His speed rose rapidly, and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. Eh? This huge commotion attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention. Xiao Meng sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Mo Wu Tian's tender emotion Gu. Fan Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Fan Yuan could only use his Gu worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Fan Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Fan Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his Gu worm and shouted, Tai Ruanan obtained the peerless immortal Gu and is refining it. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal Gu! The crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Baiqi's pressure rose sharply. Fan Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gei's movement Gu. Large patches of dark clouds rose, he hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, suddenly, 4 chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Fan Yuan's limbs. Then, the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Fan Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Fan Yuan reappeared in the Bronze Hall. The 4 elders of the Tai family occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the Gu worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai Clan's 4 elders' killer move, limitless search and lock. At the same time, Central Continent, Heaven Ladder Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fangjing, you can do it! Victory is just around the corner! Master Tenchure's voice rang out. It echoed in Fangjing's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fangjing gritted his teeth. His whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. Me. The great Xiao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody? Xiao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fangjing climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Ing Xingji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fangjing's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Hu Immortal Land's spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Yingxingji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fang Jing's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fang Jing could not think of anything else, only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential, he was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid… Feng Kim Hong could not help but be moved. Fang Jing was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peak, peak! Fang Jing gritted his teeth. There was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Kim Hong, officially taking the lead. Right now, he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Hu immortal land spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the blessed land, the Gu immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations, He Fengyang, your crane gate won slightly this time. Humph, if only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift Gu, or star shuttle Gu, fixed immortal travel Gu, or self-movement Gu, the result of this battle would have been different. The Gu immortals had different attitudes, some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky, lucky! He Fengyang spoke modestly, but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time, a Gu immortal sneered. He Fengyang, I will have to disappoint you. This Hu immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous and gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu, Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a very special immortal Gu. It did not exist in the real world, it could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the Gu Master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now would cause severe damage to her soul. At best she would lose her memories, at worst she would become demented. But the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fang Jing to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fang Jing's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim Hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dream Wings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin Huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Jing stared with wide eyes, he was in a daze. Right now, Feng Kim Hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff, she was only a small step away. I want to win! At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes. They were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then, she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain, Bronze Hall. Fan Yuan's hands were tied by chains. Fan Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruonan stood in front of Fan Yuan, laughing heartily. Bai Ningbing sighed. It is useless, Fan Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu's location, limitless search and lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round, accept your fate. What? Fan Yuan looked down, only to see a gu in his left arm. This gu was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shining with starlight shining on Fan Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent eerie blue color. Bai Ning Bing! Fan Yuan shouted furiously. He struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong Ri Tian. To think that in this life, this move would be used on Fan Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ning Bing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fan Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this limitless search and lock. Once Fan Yuan was located by limitless search and lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star gu, limitless search and lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star gu was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? It was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ning Bing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fan Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star gu, good, Bai Ning Bing, you are the best. Fan Yuan stared at Bai Ning Bing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruanan slowly persuaded. Fan Yuan, you have been hit by limitless search and lock. Right now, the gu worms in your body have been sealed. You cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your gu worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person, you should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fan Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier, he had activated his gu worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation. It was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation gu was sealed and could not be used. Everything is over, Fan Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place. You can spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ning Bing sighed, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured. He had a complex feeling, like joy and sorrow. Chapter 404. Fan Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Fan Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk. 4:45 in the afternoon. At this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, right? Fan Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occupy Dang Hun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escape death. After Feng Kim Hong's death, the righteous path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old. He obtained the immortal Gu Dream Wings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu Dream Wings. Hu Immortal Inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity, in the end, you failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet, because he still had the spring-autumn cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ning Bing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Fan Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicadas shone with green and orange light, and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Fan Yuan's goo worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul. They all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Fan Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Fan Yuan's wool, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Goo Master world was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another River of Time ran through the past, present, and future. It was you. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua hua hua, the waters of the River of Time surged, the tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Fan Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Fan Yuan, this was the 3rd time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the River of Time, he had no experience at all. The second time, he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time, he was mentally prepared. He finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time. Or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous huge waves crashed over again and again. The spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality. The energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while, before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Fan Yuan blinked. The scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you, I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Valgu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Fan Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I have been reborn again. Fan Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao. Fan Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy demonic goo masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Fan Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Ha! Fan Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital goo, spring and autumn cicada, was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Fan Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way, the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Fan Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Bai Ningbing, and his corpse was transported here by the land spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success even though he successfully refined second aperture goo, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Fan Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon's suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal Gu, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This by Ningbing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. Hey, I am only a mortal after all, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Fan Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Bai Ningbing. This was the cruelty of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ningbing has the northern dark eye soul physique, Tai Ruonan has the backing of Tai clan, Feng Kim Hong found an immortal Gu in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan suddenly became excited. He smiled brightly and recited. Looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red, a clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters, all living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth, who will rise and fall? If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend. It depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete, survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's chest relaxed, the bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear, the determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him, and use beast strength placenta Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's aperture. Fan Yuan was silent. His expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort, and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Chojio, Wu Shengtong, and Zhang San San. And from Zhang San San's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery Gu. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Long Qin Tian, but because of the Jade Sky Gu poison, I did not gain anything. After that I refined Gu, defended the hall, and Bai Ningbing betrayed me. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knew the general situation of the immortal Gu refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruonan, and Tai clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Bai Chi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the Gu refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation, and would also participate. In his previous life, Fan Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path Gu masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak. The situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fan Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but in this life, he already knew. Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star gu in him, in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated Limitless Search Lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 gu worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me, but did not find the Yang Gu? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star gu was silently planted. Fan Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. Chapter 405. Fixed star gu is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star gu, Bai Ningbing would have to retrieve it personally. Or I can chop off my left forearm. Fan Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star gu was hidden in Fan Yuan's left forearm. If Fan Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fan Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fan Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately understand that Fan Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way, Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would be added to the battle formation. To Fan Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai clan and Bai Ningbing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fan Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Choujiu, Wu Shintong, Jiang San, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruonan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yan Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fan Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait! Suddenly, Fan Yuan's body shook. Perhaps, if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world? Should I be more far-sighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea. However, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment, he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruonan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fan Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger, what stable victory, slowly accumulating. I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. Hee hee ha ha ha, life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it. If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly. Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fan Yuan laughed wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times, and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart, he had already thought of Fan Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme. Without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters. Especially when Fan Yuan talked to himself at times, and even recited poems at times, it deepened Wang Xiao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Xiao had many methods. But against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. Oh? You intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Xiao. Of course, but you have to let me live. Wang Xiao saw that Fan Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously. Humph! Fan Yuan's gaze turned sharp, he stomped on the ground, and with a crack, Wang Xiao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Xiao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang San's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fan Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had already been abandoned. There was no need to talk to him, he could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Xiao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fan Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Xiao, Fan Yuan took his Gu worm, and used beast strength placenta Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, beast strength placenta Gu's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. Ba Gui, are you trying to persuade me to stop? Fan Yuan asked. Land Spirit. How do you know what I am thinking? Of course I know. Fan Yuan snorted, and released Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. Ba Gui, sense it, what is this? Land Spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just immortal, how can you have such an immortal Gu? In his previous life, Fan Yuan argued with the Land Spirit for a long time, and finally found that the Land Spirit could not be persuaded. He could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the Land Spirit. Now, Fan Yuan immediately revealed Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, going straight to the point. Ba Gui, I will not hide it from you. I am a future Gu immortal. I have been reborn through Spring-Autumn Cicada. What? Land Spirit was speechless. This news was too shocking, it could not accept it for the time being. Fan Yuan had an arrogant expression. I have returned to the past, I know everything. Ba Gui, I am your future master, I succeeded in refining second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fan Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he could already convince the Land Spirit. And now, he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture Gu as proof. The Land Spirit was quickly convinced again. Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture Gu. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy. Because this means that the success rate of second aperture Gu has increased by 30%. Land Spirit said joyfully. Enough nonsense, Ba Gui. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone. After a while, Long Qing Tian died in Fan Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Long Qing Tian who found a weak area. Using Jade Sky Goo, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the Blessed Land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Fan Yuan. Now, once Fan Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed the danger while it was still in its infancy. Sigh, the three kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance, and also have the spring-autumn cicada. You really came from the future. Land Spirit sighed. Fan Yuan sighed. Land Spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young Land Spirit. For example, the fixed star goo in his left forearm, it did not sense it at all. Fan Yuan did not waste time talking to the Land Spirit. He quickly took Long Qing Tian's goo worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky Goo, Fan Yuan killed Long Qing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Long Qing Tian could not use the Jade Sky Goo, thus Fan Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Long Qing Tian, Fan Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the Jade Sky Goo. This goo was like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky Goo, it originated from the immemorial era, and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong, there was no way to counter it. If one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This goo had great use. Fan Yuan stored it carefully. Ba Gui, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Fan Yuan appeared in front of the demonic goo master, the beast tamer master Zhang San San. Before Zhang San San could react, he was attacked by Fan Yuan and died a violent death. Fan Yuan killed people and snatched goo. It was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta goo's aptitude. Zhang San San was only a rank 4 goo master, but he had a rank 5 slavery goo. Fan Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this goo. With another flash, Fan Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Cho Jiu. Eh? Little Beast King! How did you? Cho Jiu saw Fan Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Fan Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery goo. The slavery goo exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Cho Jiu's body. Cho Jiu was shocked. Damn! Rank 5 slavery goo! You can kill me but not humiliate me. You are dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life, he was still begging Fan Yuan to use the slavery goo. With the land spirit suppression, Cho Jiu could not activate the goo and could only let the slavery goo be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 goo master, it was a contest of souls. Cho Jiu resisted with all his might, but Fan Yuan's soul shook, they were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Cho Jiu laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little Beast King, you are too naive. To an enslavement path goo master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human? Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me, you are dreaming, hee. Ah! Cho Jiu suddenly let out a miserable scream. His complacent laughter was interrupted by Fan Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Cho Jiu would become Fan Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 406. Cho Jiu was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Fan Yuan's soul power. But he was young, his soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Cho Jiu. Enslaving Chojio was not an easy task. But how could Fan Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap, 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 bam, bam, bam. Stop, you dare to hit me! If you kick my face again, I will fight you. Fuck, you are still kicking. I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting, stop fighting. No, don't. Fan Yuan beat Chojio until he rolled around. Chojio could not use goo worms, but Fan Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Comparing strength, Chojio was not Fan Yuan's match. Soon, Chojio was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on, once it fuses completely, I will become his slave, never to rise again. Chojio curled his body into a ball, letting Fan Yuan punch and kick him, an intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fan Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, Singay Neo, don't you want revenge? Chenjiu abandoned you, and is living well with Shan Yen Fei. You, how did you know? Chojio's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Chojio's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fan Yuan. Subordinate greets master. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Success. This rank 5 slavery goo, of course he had to enslave a rank 5 goo master to fully utilize its value. Until now. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang had yet to arrive. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lan Shan were all killed by Fan Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wang Xiao and Killer Ghost Dr. Chojio. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Chojio was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Chojio was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was, enslaving Chojio would place a certain burden on Fan Yuan's soul. It would greatly affect his immortal goo refinement. Chojio, back then, did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow goo, swearing to love each other forever? Never leaving? Fan Yuan looked at Killer Ghost Doctor and asked the question. There is indeed such a thing. But master, how did you know? Chojio, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground and confessed. Humph, since you have already used the poison vow goo, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow? Fan Yuan squinted. Poison vow goo is the replacement of mountain pledge goo. Qinjiu does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shan Yen Fei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then, she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow. Chojio said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly. But in the end, she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fan Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Chojio. You scammer! He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Chojio said this. We made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea, to protect each other and never leave each other. But who could have thought that senior sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel? What poison vow? It was clearly the poison vow goo. This Chojio's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow goo, Fan Yuan thought to himself, I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shang Clan City who could get rid of the poison vow goo's restriction, and thus be on guard against Bai Ningbing. But I should have thought of it. Chojio talked about Shan Yen Fei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the goo word from the poison vow goo. Fan Yuan looked at Chojio in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison vow goo to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Chojio's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. it was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fan Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fan Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Su Shou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison vow. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Choujio, go to King Xian inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles gu. Fan Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best, Choujio respectfully replied. Choujio was a healing gu master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fan Yuan refine the second aperture gu, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles gu. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, gu worms could be moved at will. Choujio only needed to charge and attack to obtain the second aperture gu. At this point, Fan Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining gu. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining gu crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now, he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day, methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the three kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che clan and Zhou clan came out in full force. Xiaomeng and Mo Wu Tian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you! Choujio knelt on the ground, holding a gu worm with both hands. He passed it to Fan Yuan. This gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles gu. In his previous life, Fan Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Choujio was not a refinement master, and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles gu, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining gu, and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fan Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles gu, Fan Yuan gave some instructions before sending Choujio away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fan Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, give all your gu worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use gu worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fan Yuan explained. The land spirit Bagui appeared, saying in a worried tone, Young man, I need to use immortal essence to help you refine gu, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fan Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies, I also have chess pieces. There is enough yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fan Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine gu, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fan Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you, as long as you don't die, whether the gu refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while, before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient, some things cannot be rushed. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart. What is this Fan Yuan planning? He took away my command, is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall, it shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer. She thought of Tai Ruanan, and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Baichi has already secretly reached San Cha Mountain. After a while, Fan Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fan Yuan to refine Gu. But Fan Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fan Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time, at the peak of San Cha Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chou Jiu was not a refinement master. He did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance. Thus, only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left. We small fries have no chance. But it is strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is close to destruction. Not long later, the door will open, and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiaomeng! Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.